Test.
Oh no. So to make this scroll, what do I do? I do it on the clicker. Oh, I see it.
Yeah.
Why is the clicker working over there and not over at the other one? Like, how do I get it back?
You gotta drag it back.
Oh my God.
What?
The cursor will go jump screens. Like it's going to the monitor and then it's going back.
That's how it works for everything with 2 monitors.
Okay. Oh, hey. Hello, my people. Just learning some technical stuff. Just sorting it out. Now, honey, are the videos up?
You have to put them back.
Oh, you got to put them back. Is that why you jumped a little bit? Hello, people. I apologize for the delay. I very, very sincerely apologize. Your time is valuable. I am sorry. I am deeply sorry. Very sorry. I have battled this eye infection thing that keeps coming up for the last 4 or 5 days. The reason you haven't seen me, I mean, the goal was one of these every day last week. We got 3. We got 3 in because the universe was like, no, it's not time yet. And you really should have gone to the doctor the last time this happened. I forgot the mic. Can you hear me now? We switched mics. Can you hear me now? I'm good. It was good before. Doug's like, it was fine. It was fine. How about you, Doug? You got something to say to the class here?
I'm listening to you on YouTube.
I know. Oh, but that was a cue. I was like, if we were in an improv class together, that was me cueing you up to go into.
But I'm listening to you 30 seconds in the past.
But I'm also sitting right in front of you.
I'm ignoring you.
Yes, you are. But bum. We didn't even rehearse that. Did that work? Could you hear him? Can you guys hear Doug?
No,
it didn't work. Damn it.
Let's have the stage.
He has to add himself to the stage. But your face is on there now. Now, wow. You guys, if you stuck through the wait and you saw that, then you just had a glimpse into what people don't see on here. You saw Doug's face. Did you see
That was
it?
an aberration.
Hello, Boston is in the house. Did you see Doug's face? Did anyone see it? Hey, baby, if I'm asking them, I'm looking at the comments.
I'm telling you, it's working.
What? You're letting me know it's working? You guys, to my feather, birds of a feather, to my fellow mothers out there, sometimes it feels like having a toddler in the room who's like trying to get my attention but I use your words because I'm going to like drop what I'm doing anyway, because you're my husband. And that's what good submissive women do. That was just a little turning point satire there for you. Hello, my people. We got some stuff to talk about. And I'm going to kick it off by sharing something that has bothered me so bad. I'm talking for so long, for at least 10 years. Time's a blur, but at least 10 years. And I know you're going to know what I'm talking about. Hold on, as I take a sip of water from my purple. Is it listed as purple or eggplant?
It is considered purple on the website, www.thinkhappystuff.com.
Did you hear it? Did you hear him? Yes, I'm redoing all my makeup brushes, my makeup, all that. Thank you for the love. It's totally eggplant colored, but I think it's listed as purple.
That's what I just said.
Boy, it does echo, but that's okay. I can deal with it. Okay, back to what has been bugging me. What has been bugging me? The frog in the pot, the frog in the boiling water. You've heard it. Candace said it not too long ago. She said, if you put, now I don't want to like make it sound like I'm calling out Candace, but what is shared as a scientific fact, scientific fact is that if you put a frog in a kettle of water and slowly turn up the heat, it will stay there to its own demise, until its own demise. It will just sit there. You've heard it, right? Here's my opening statement. Baron, don't come at me. Honey, I love you. I didn't know what else to call it. I'm not going to call it this. If I do this, I'm not going to keep calling it that. But just to intro the people, because usually I don't read something like methodically. So I'm going to do that now. What do you want?
You could say your beginning remarks or
My opening remarks.
your opening commentary. Something along those lines.
All right.
You're already regretting me having this mic.
I am already having some second thoughts about you having a mic. And it would be perfect without the echo thing.
There's no echo.
There's no echo
For the people.
for the people, just me.
Yeah.
Why do I need these?
You don't. I don't know why you wanted them to begin
Well,
with.
with the video.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, that was it. So can I keep them off until the video?
Yeah.
I'll just put them on when the video.
Yeah.
It's like you guys are in the birthing room of this whole thing. Someday you will look back, you'll turn on the podcast and you'll go, I remember when it was glitchy. I remember when she was 20 minutes late. Now everything is just sharp and polished. Perhaps Doug is even on screen, apart from the brief moment that you may have just seen him. I'll get some better lighting. A makeup person. My opening remarks. Berlin, 1869, a routine laboratory procedure by German physiologist Friedrich Goltz has inadvertently sparked one of the modern history's most persistent myths. If you put a frog in a pot of lukewarm water, slowly turn up the heat, it will willingly stay in the pot to its own demise. That, my friends, is not the entire story. This is my reading voice. How are we doing? The popular boiling frog metaphor hinges entirely on a critical hidden variable. First of all, why are you looking at me? Don't look at the camera. It makes me think. First of all, there were two frogs. Each placed in a separate vessel of water, and a gas burner was activated to raise the temperature by fractions of a degree per minute. According to the original logs, the first subject reacted precisely as nature intended. It detected the incremental thermal increase via its nervous system, coiled its muscles, and successfully jumped from the heating container to safety. The second subject, however, mystified onlookers by remaining completely stationary. It sat entirely passive as the water shifted from cool to warm to lethal, yet refused to escape, even as the water reached a fatal boil. The second frog, you see, had undergone a surgical procedure and lacked a cerebral cortex. That's never talked about, right? When this is thrown out, when people talk about it doesn't say the frog stayed in the water because it had a messed up brain. The important part removed. I guess it's all important. The part that was removed affected physical ability to perceive heat, register pain, thank God, or trigger its survival instincts. During the 1950s and 1960s Cold War era, political writers stripped this shocking twist from the story to warn the public about the slow creep of communism. It didn't say you'd have to be brain dead. By the 1980s, corporate management theorists further popularized the scrubbed version to describe a company's inability to react to gradual market changes. I wonder if this is where you heard it first. This is where I heard it first. It achieved global pop culture status in Al Gore's 2006 climate documentary, An Inconvenient Truth. Ultimately, the famous warning about human complacency was built entirely on a false premise: the behavior of an animal that was already, biologically dead to the world. Medical archives show the doctor utilized a 19th century laboratory technique known as pithing. Scientists used a precise needle to destroy the cerebral cortex. In the 19th century, at the time of this experiment, scientists were obsessed with finding where the soul or conscious mind resided. So it kicked up quite a stir when they saw the frog still moving, still turning itself over, not being completely gone, even though a significant part of the brain was gone. It could still swim. Thinkers worried this meant the spinal cord possessed its own independent consciousness, challenging the religious and philosophical belief that the mind was a singular, unified entity. Were you wanting to say something? You're squirmy over there.
I was trying to clarify, was it just like the muscle spasming, or was it actually making movements like
it was
live?
It was
And you said something about it swimming, so that's
yeah,
why I didn't
it was swim. It could swim, turn itself over, and maintain automated body functions. So it didn't necessarily say I think I want to swim right now. I guess no. Okay. This applies to today. And much long before today. We all know we are gathered together in part because our brains have been messed with. In modern psychological and political discourse, the manipulation of information to suppress critical thinking is known as cognitive conditioning. To stop people from questioning information, manipulators rely on specific psychological triggers that bypass the logical brain and exploit raw emotion. Just like the frog, it didn't have to think. Went on autopilot, so to speak. The core tactics used to dismantle critical thinking include linguistic anchoring and oversimplification. Let's see how any of these apply to today, shall we? We shall. The implication of thought-terminating cliches. Using brief, catchy phrases to instantly end debate. It is what it is. Trust the science. These act as mental roadblocks to stop further questioning. It's God's will. It is what it is. Make America great again. We all want America to be great. But the implication is, you hear that over and over again, is that it's not. It's divisive. And okay. If you guys think of another one, because I'm going to keep reading, but please share it in the comments. So oversimplification. Take note. Then there's emotional and just emotional overload. Being dumped information, information just being dumped on us constantly. Things that cause us to fear and threat inflation, constantly triggering the brain fear center through alarmist headlines. When a population is kept in a state of high anxiety, the prefrontal cortex, the area responsible for logic and critical thought, goes offline. We know, we've been saying, it's intentional to bombard us with information. It's a strategy to distract us or keep us afraid. Yeah, but like, to understand the detail and why, it's because it literally messes with our mind. They're messing with our mind. I've said that, but it's kind of dismissive, like a cliche. But it's literally like literal. There's a generation that doesn't know how to use the word literal. As a Gen X, as someone from Gen X, I know how to use it. But they are literally messing with our brains. Information fatigue, flooding the public square with an overwhelming volume of conflicting data, arguments, and scandals. Eventually, individuals experience mental exhaustion and outsource their thinking to an authority figure just to escape the cognitive overload. You think for me. You think for me. We all do this to a certain extent. A lot of people, I love Candace, but I don't want her to become this for me. Whatever. I've had people say, you guys, I believe everything Candace says. I believe everything Candace says. Now, I trust her. I do. I have trust, but that doesn't mean blind faith. Should is a shame word. I don't want to do that, but I don't want to shut down and go on autopilot. Yes.
Well,
He's raising his hand.
I mean, obviously she's not infallible. She can make mistakes, but she does acknowledge when she's made a mistake. Don't you think that builds people's trust in what is being said?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I respect that. For someone to take responsibility, for someone to say up front, I will admit when I'm wrong. I think that's respectable. Okay. But yeah, we trust our tribe. We trust our tribe. I make it a practice to do my own fact checking. I want to say that as a statement of all the time, but I can't say that with confidence. But before I present something as fact, like just hearing somebody I respect say it doesn't mean that I'm going to present that as fact. I'm going to look into it more myself. There are people that I love and respect that have shared things that fire me up. And I look into it a little more and it's like, okay, wait, I don't want to just share this. I don't want to just reshare this and wash my hands of it because in thinking I can wash my hands of it because, well, they can see it didn't come from me. Man, if people quote somebody, and even if they're quoting somebody and they get it so wrong, I remember that. I remember that. There is a podcaster who presented something that through Instagram or something that was alarmist and dramatic and wrong, just factually wrong. And I knew we were on the same team, on the same page. So I just commented. We weren't connecting where they would just get my message, but I just commented, hey, it's okay. It's going to be okay. Like this, I didn't say it like that. It wasn't patronizing. It was like, whatever. But I just shared some of the information because it was presented like, oh my God, can you believe this? Can you believe, like, the title was dramatic and the era was dramatic. And so people were acting dramatically. People were really getting worked up. And so I was in mama bear mode. My bad. I didn't stay in my own lane. But my intention was not to undercut her or, threaten her, whatever it was. But that's how it was perceived. And man, they went after me. Like, just, oh my God. Like, no. And then I saw them on another platform present something completely factually inaccurate. Oh, you know what it was? Was that Erica had hired Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer. I'm not a fan of Erica, but no. And so it was tempting to like want to share it or whatever. But when you look into it, you find out that the lawyer represented Acosta, the Southern District Attorney General's attorney, who was a Trump appointed for something. And the information came up about, why did you give Epstein a sweetheart deal? And he said, because he was told that Epstein was the word wasn't, and I didn't plan on sharing this, but it wasn't that he was an asset. He was part of, like, not with intelligence, but that, he was told, don't mess with him. Like, he's under an umbrella kind of thing. You can find the direct quote. But that's the heart of it. And this lawyer had worked for him at one point. So yeah, I mean, there's a degree of, there's some connection there, but it's not Epstein's lawyer. This lawyer was never employed by Jeffrey Epstein. And I don't do that. It's important in doing this that, for engagement, to have titles that intrigue people and bring them in. But to blatantly lie like that, I don't get that. I don't get that. I don't operate that. I don't operate that way. And sure enough, everybody got worked up. All we're doing, we just self-sabotage each other. Right? That is why people who disagree will say, oh, they're so stupid. They're just so stupid. See, it's the group think that, we're talking about here. It's just, if I don't have to think about it to break it down. Well, it's just this person talking about this one thing. No, it's just instantly grouped into they. It hurts my credibility. I guess I never got that far in my thinking before, but that is the heart of the concern for me when I see that. It's for all of us, but it's credibility, should be a thing. So it bums me out. I wasn't like just trying to be bitchy or something. And I wasn't bitchy the way I said it. Allie, darling, I'm so glad you're here and you caught alive. I just went through 3 different accents in 2 sentences. The way that Erica Kirk can display 3 different moods inside of 2 minutes. Okay. I want to keep going because this is good stuff. I know we got some stuff to look at. Okay. Did I do. The the bandwagon effect, creating a false perception of total consensus. People possess a deep evolutionary fear of social isolation. This is why when somebody cuts you off, especially a family member, it's like literally one of the most destructive forms of psychological abuse. Yeah, sometimes, it's needed. I get that. That's a subject you can't bring up without everybody projecting their stuff on it. I'm sorry, you guys. And it's so funny. I haven't really used my eyes like to read anything, so there's still a little bit of a haze. So please forgive that. Okay, so basically, because people don't innately want to go against the flow. That's why people who do garner some respect. That's actually what got my attention about Charlie Kirk, because I never agreed with him about anything. Never. And then he started to come on my radar because I saw him speak out against Gaza, a genocide, questioning October 7th. He said in his gut instinct, like, that it made no sense whatsoever because of being over there and the security that he saw everywhere, and that it only took 45 minutes or something tops, like, to get people there. And so for hours to go by, he was asking questions. He and Megyn Kelly on the stage of, what's it, an AmFest in 2025, January 2025. They were like, I want release all the Epstein files now. I think the state attorney general in New York said, just release it. Megyn was like, protect the victims, but, release it. I was like, okay, he's going against the flow. A lot of the powers that be don't want to hear that. Most of his people, his supporters, did want to hear it, but you're not allowed free and independent thought when you go outside the norm, when someone has been controlling and manipulating you, a system has been controlling and manipulating you, and you venture outside. No. What do? Put you in solitary confinement? Yeah, I kind of, the analogy went over to prison people in my head there. So, I mean, every day, even whatever. Okay. Framing every argument as an existential battle between us and them. An individual, somebody who once thought as an individual, identifies with a tribe. Critical thinking is replaced by a desire for team loyalty, causing them to automatically reject any data presented by the opposing side. Turn off the thinking. The fact that people are looking at the Tyler Robinson trial, the preliminary hearing, and saying that evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty, that proves he's guilty. And these aren't the paid people. They've just surrendered their critical thinking. Okay, the last one. Structural repetition. ADD, still kicking in big time. Repeating a false claim so frequently that the human brain begins to mistake familiarity. I could never say that word right. For truth. Just because you know it. Donald Trump does this. He did it since 2016. Oh my God, he's done it long before that. His fixer, Michael Cohen, used to say that Trump would lie about what time it was just because he could lie. That's not what, I mean, throughout the day, he didn't keep saying it's 2 o'clock, it's 2 o'clock, it's 2 o'clock. But there are facts he gets so wrong. What was the one we were talking about, Doug, about the how many birthright citizenship? Like he says, no other country. There's no other country. No other country that allows birthright citizenship.
And most of the Europe or
Western civilization,
they do.
They do. 32 countries do. But the reporters don't even. I don't know that I've seen a reporter push back on it. If they do, he'll manage it in the moment, but keep repeating it. Keep repeating it. Keep repeating it. Keep repeating it. Repeating it. Even when it's premeditated, that he knows that eventually we will pay for the ballroom. But if you watch one of those video compilations, I did one where he says that the citizens won't have to pay a dime, he said. Or I don't know why the judge would push back on this. It's a gift. It's a gift. On and on and on and on. Or that he wasn't going to tear down anything, that original structures wouldn't be. He knew. He knew. He's doing it with the golf course situation right now in Washington, D.C. I miss this. This has been talked about 6 months ago, but it got to these details in the last maybe 2 weeks, where the walkway that's lined with the cherry blossom trees that were a gift from Japan, a symbolic gesture of growing together, not going to war together again. And there were plans for this golf course of his, which will wipe out the public golf course that had high school kids, inner city kids working there, getting scholarships, their first jobs. Just such a communal aspect to the whole thing. And no, that's not going to, making it some elite, private, where world championships can be played. And the plans that were presented were for none of the stuff that we would care about, like the pathways, the bike paths, the jogging trails, the cherry blossom trees. None of that would be touched. And then he was out and about with his people, touring the grounds, and he carried the plans with him, large paper plans that were folded over, and he folded them outward, and reporters got pictures of them. And the trees were gone. The pathway was gone. Things accessible to real people, gone. We knew we knew this was who he was. We knew this. We knew this. So that's where I struggle at times with people that I love so much and who are here, even in this community of ours, in this tribe of ours, where that part of the brain was, well, he said no more wars. He said no more wars. He kept saying no more wars. He kept saying he would be sure the government paid for the fertilization treatments. That immediately I was like, they're not going to buy this, right? I mean, that's so freaking obvious. No, people bought it. He was literally telling everybody everything they wanted to hear. And it just didn't. And that was just factually based. Like, I think the people that really desperately want to have children, and who can't afford those kind of treatments, fertilization treatments, were so wrapped up in the hope of it all, all of a sudden they can have hope. I don't know. But they could have just looked into what insurance companies, like he is, well, or just what power does the president have over The insurance companies. How much do insurance companies invest in political candidates? We are so being treated like we don't have brains, like we don't have functioning brains. Functioning brains. That's how we're being treated. And for me, the Charlie Kirk assassination and what was being put up was just such it wasn't a turning up the heat. Nothing about this had any emotional foreplay. It was bang. It was just bang. It wasn't turning up the heat. It was a flamethrower. We just rewatched the Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and there's the scene at the end with a flamethrower. So I guess that was on my mind. What's sad is that the inundation of the reputation, I mean the repetition of things, this has been implemented so well that for a significant segment of the population, they don't even have to worry about how subtle it is or not, because they know just people are going to buy it because they're being told to. And what launched me full force into this was seeing so blatantly the manipulation of scripture, of groupthink, and that all got kicked up again with this leadership summit they had. I did some videos. I hope you saw it. It takes me a day to do a 3-minute segment of one of those. So they were released on X and Facebook and Instagram like 3 days before the compilation of them went on YouTube. But those were fun to do. Those were really fun to do. And that is how I can get through listening to that. Because at the end of the day, this is why the war started. This is why gas was high. The war has cost every family or household unit. I don't know what technically those, I mean, not every person, I don't know, whatever, $1,000 per household. That's what it said, $1,000 per household because of the increase in cost of food and gas and all those things, not to mention the lives that have been lost. It wasn't just killing Charlie Kirk. It was killing so many people. By people, ironically, that were so inundated and brainwashed in a sense by these things that we're talking about that we're willing to do that. If soldiers refused to fight, there wouldn't be a war. What was the other one, Doug? I gave an example of the war, and it just, God, I put it on my Instagram on the dramatic reel about the children stuff. Yeah. The title. Oh no, this is gonna bug me if I don't think about it. It's not a video. It's I really try to stay away from the war stuff because it takes me out. It takes me out. Especially when I watched videos of Israeli children, teenagers. This latest thing to hit, because there's been a series of pranks regarding making fun of Gaza and the genocide and starving people. I mean, they literally will act out people starving to death, and I get so angry. So I said, if enough of our soldiers refused to fight, the war would end. Oh, the ICE, because of the latest murder with ICE. If enough of the 27,000 ICE employees quit, it wouldn't function. The whole, I'm just doing my job. There is a great video of a man, and the neighbors, had been filming this beautiful man who was here legally with a social security number get shot to death in front of his 3-year-old daughter, proceeded to handcuff his body and drag it into the vehicle. You've probably seen it. And a neighbor goes by, and basically his way to deal with what he just saw was to shut it down and go, he deserved it. And so his brain went right to the whole spiel of, well, if he was here illegally, like if somebody cut your place in a steak buffet line, that's what he said, or steakhouse, cut in line going into a steakhouse, and the people were very calm, and apparently he was okay with him being filmed. But as he's walking away, they said he had a social security number. And the guy was like, I mean, this is a burly guy, turned and he goes, what? And he walks back up. He had a social security number. Really? Yeah, he was here working legally. I didn't know that. Then that's sad. That's sad. We're seeing the most horrific tragedies. And so much in our everyday life can be so painful that fully embracing the reality of what's happened and is still happening in Gaza or the West Bank, it's too much. It's too much. So my rationalization, I used to joke that I have the spiritual gift of rationalization in staying on this Erica Kirk turning point stuff, is that, well, it's true that Charlie had to be eliminated for the gate to be opened for that war to start, to begin with, to even begin. And so in protecting my mental health, I'm focusing on Erica Kirk. I know. The irony does not escape me. All right. We're going to show, you got the videos up. All right, good. Doug got them up. Ba-dum-bum. Wah-wah. That's not a ba-dum-bum. That's more of a wah-wah. Okay. I just, this whole thing came to mind. The frog in the kettle thing came to mind because of watching people say, what, how, of course he's guilty. Of course he's guilty. Who clearly, I mean, who have seen segments of the court stuff. And again, I'm not talking about the paid people. That turning point is paying to get the, I am so far behind. I haven't watched Barron really since the trial started. I haven't been able to watch Candace, maybe 45 minutes of it. It is leaving me feel so far behind that I'm like, like when you have to lose 20 pounds, or I mean, you don't have to, but you're like, for the, sake of my health, I need to lose 20 pounds, but it's all just so overwhelming. You just can't, like, a lot of people, like, they'll binge more in those moments. But I just can't believe that people, I lost my train of thought. I'm going to try to pretend I didn't, although I just gave that away. I lack internal dialogue. Not a thing. Doug's nodding. He is nodding.
It's true.
It is true. But people watching this and still being like, he's so obviously guilty. And I mean, I know that even though I know cognitively know all these things that we just talked about, I I initially go, how can they believe that? Ironically, it's not necessarily their choice. When somebody, and it's on all sides of every issue, if somebody is so, this is the way it is. I only trust Candace. I only, blah, blah, then what's it called? The math process it's not like when you're finding an average because all numbers go together. But what's it called when you look at the outlier numbers? Like you're trying to find a median or something. And
Is this because you watched A Beautiful Mind today?
I watched 2 minutes of A Beautiful Mind. It's an amazing movie. And they take the outliers and dismiss them. They're just not even considered. So in this case, the two most radical opposing whatever. I'm not saying dismiss Candace. I don't know that Candace falls into that category. I know that she's been labeled as such, but there are people that are more, I can't make the words. Some of the most brilliant, insightful people that are on top of this whole thing, you've never heard of. I'll come across these things on social media. I'm like, who's this person? What, they have 5,000 followers? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? They are brilliant. They are unearthing things. Are you familiar with Allie Top Files? Allie Top Files. I'd encourage you to become so. She's brilliant. Brilliant. You may have heard Baron and Candace have mentioned her. I've mentioned her. I mean, she's brilliant. She unearths things. And she's sharp, so I don't need to say this, but people in those positions who do that kind of research do have to be on guard because reputation is at stake. And this happened with, I believe, in my opinion, this happened with Project Constitution, that he unearthed some really amazing information. I will forever be grateful for the Amazing Race video that, it's Erica and JT Massey, their audition from 2015 for The Amazing Race. Not the same person. And I know you can have like emotional trauma. I'm not saying she was cloned or anything like that, although nothing would surprise me. But it's more than just like the trauma of Charlie's death. It is not the same person. She's a normal 25-year-old, like in that, although that's also the time frame she was sexting up a 15-year-old girl. But not this oppression. I watched an interview last night from 2025 January at an AmFest with her, and it had the air, a little bit of the air that we're seeing now, but not full force. She hadn't gone full Erica Kirk. And when I say that, it's like the dark villain, and in order for that to be effective, like the last name has to stay on there. Because I know sometimes people are like, don't call her Kirk. She didn't earn that name. Well, she did earn it. Apparently she got in there. I think it's also a good reminder. How you frame something is everything. There are people who something alarming happens and it really rattles them, but very quickly can reframe it in some way, and then let an absurd example that you may have heard me say before. So when I film something, like for TV or whatever, and we're talking blink and you miss me kind of roles, usually, it can be a year before it comes out. I mean, it can be a while, and you don't know necessarily when, because dates get pushed back. And that happened with the Michael Jackson movie. I have this scene where I'm just walking him in, and I had a line. I did have a line. I have a surprise for you. As I walk Michael Jackson into the child's cancer ward, he sang he sat on one of the children's beds and sang in that scene, and they didn't use that at all. It's incredible. As a matter of fact, there was a woman who played was she a nurse who birthed his children?
Yeah.
And did she actually film and they cut it, or before filming they let her go? Would you look that up? Like, it happens more often than you would think. There are people paid significant amount of money, and they have a significant character, but then in the editing process, they're like, this aspect of the storyline doesn't work. And like it's gone. They just get completely cut out. Look that up. It's really interesting. I find it interesting. If you look up actors who were cut from films or characters that were cut, it's really fascinating, because significant actors, but it just didn't fit the storyline. Actors don't have much power unless they are directing or, producing. You're just a prop. Not a prop. I'm a prop. So I walked through the doors and said, I have a surprise for you, is the line, but they cut the line for the music montage. They decided to go with Michael Jackson movie and music instead. So it was a year later. So we waited a year to see this. And I went through the thinking of, are they, I don't want to get my hopes up. Maybe they cut the scene, whatever. But logically, it was like they'd have to cut this whole scene, because I bring in Michael Jackson. Like, he's not just going to show up like in a room. Like, anyway. So odds were pretty good. And it made it, but I missed it. Because I turned away for just a few moments to actually get my phone to record it. And so there was so much emotional buildup to this whole thing. Not like my identity, was, built on it, but it's like filming a project and hanging out with, people that were in the scene that day. It's just amazing. And then it comes, and I missed it. And I was like, it was the most sincere cry, like of just genuinely so sad, and not being sad over like somebody hurting my feelings or a loss, but just I don't know, it was a different kind of sad. And I just let myself cry for a few moments. And then I thought, wait, like, it just wasn't meant to be. Did I see it at that time? And you know what's been really fun? You know what the blessing has been out of it is so many of you guys, you people, have reached out and you say, oh, you saw me. Like, was that you in there? Just a moment, please. Jesus.
It's on topic.
I have momentum here. But I thought things work together for a reason, and there are bigger problems in the world. But I didn't go down that road, because that's shaming. That's like, our hurts matter. So Yeah, bigger problems. But I was sad. I was genuinely so sad. And I mean, I'm not talking like a little tear. I was like, like, oh my God, I can't believe that. And then, then as soon as that hit me, of, things happened for a reason, and you just weren't meant to see it then. And then I got to see you guys, some of you guys sent me little clips. Somebody sent me a screenshot just of a picture of me coming through, and I'm like, oh, that's great. And then somebody sent, like, I don't know if it was a video. For some reason it's in my mind as a video, but it's just that it was a bigger picture. I don't know. But that was fun, because I went in for Christmas. But instead, I got a little bit of Christmas every day. What? Okay, go ahead. I saw you over there. I knew you had something, but I was.
Were you in the Will Ferrell golf thing?
Yes, is that out?
Because Johnny Whitaker 7418 said he saw you tonight on Netflix.
Is that out?
Yeah.
Oh my God, Johnny Whitaker from Oh my God, you could really see me. I hope that will be interesting. Oh, Doug, we got to see if you can pull that up, because I will forget to bring this up again, because first of all, Molly, Shannon, Molly, you're awesome. Thanks for being here. She was amazing. And it was very choreographed, very choreographed. It's not like just go here and go there and then walk here. I mean, it's very choreographed. And Molly did the sweetest thing, because she addresses me. And again, we're going to look it up to see if it made it. I'll probably have to just do a short and add it.
Well, what was the context? You remember the context of the scene?
Yeah, it's me as a nurse. Apparently I'm a type. And it is.
How can you never bring home the uniform?
I didn't know that you would like that. Doug just rendered me speechless, ladies and gentlemen. I am blushing. All right. So it's me and Cricket from Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I think his name is Michael, and Molly Shannon, and she is visiting him. And I don't know if they're friends or what their relationship was. Oh, my eye is. My eyes are still messed up, but I was like, I need to get on here. I miss you guys. So Doug's going to look into that. But okay, sorry. So Molly said, because our meeting was actually in the blocking the scene, setting up the movements in the scene. So she was like, what's your name? Christine. And so when I walked out of the room, there was nothing scripted for her to address me. It was like, I had done my part, like a little smile to them. I'm leaving. She says, thank you, Christine. Thank you, Christine. Johnny, do they say that? Did that make it in there? I have filmed significant scenes, and you just see the back of my head. What was the movie I was in with Mark Ruffalo? When I say I'm in, the back of my head. I don't know. There was a movie this last year that came out, Mark Ruffalo, and he's freaking adorable. So adorable, so genuine, just genuine, and no pretense. You see the back of my head, which is kind of distinguishable. I was on set of, Jumanji. Is that how, am I saying that right? Jumanji. Is it the third one that they just, so yeah, the Jumanji one. Yeah. We had to run so much, and I'm talking run, because, something was going on. Can't tell you. They would track me down. And I don't know what they would do. Okay. Only see back of head sounds like Tyler Robinson. You're funny, Anton. Oh, Johnny. So no, she didn't say my name. She said it was self-afflicted, and they put the look in there. As somebody who films things that don't have a lot of persona to them, that was fun to do. And they didn't ask me to do it, Johnny. They did not ask me to do it. I just did it, and it made it in there. I don't know what this means, but that's what I'm doing. Yeah, Michael Jackson. Not a bad guy. Not a bad guy. I mentioned, God, one of the drivers on set of we'll get put in these little vans to get moved to different locations sometimes, and a Michael Jackson song came on, and this was out of line for a lot of reasons, but he just was like, yeah, it was this is what he did, to those children. And it's just repeating it. These people don't know. Somebody close to me did that recently. Like you don't know, but you can look into it. And don't just when we research, this, forgive the patronizing tone of this, but when you put the way you put something in to a search, what did Michael Jackson do to children? Or it impacts what information you're going to get back. So, okay. It's so late here on the East Coast, Christine. I know, and I have still so much. So I'm not going to take it. I'm not going to take it personally. These things get recorded. I love that you guys are here. Thank you. Okay, let's do a so your thoughts on daylight savings passing. I honestly don't. I haven't. I saw that it did. I don't fully even know what that means practically. Not going to attempt to not sound ignorant here. I'm just going to sound ignorant here. What's it mean, Doug? What's daylight savings like? I mean, I know what it is, but
everybody has it forever. That's how I took it.
I didn't even read the ruling. So if you want to, hello, you guys, someone will say something cool like, hi, my favorite couple. And then I'm like, how do Kim. Okay. I guess I could go with Kim. Oh, so here in Arizona, you have standard time all the time. So your time is just what it is. Oh, wait. So they're doing away with daylight savings time? No, they're keeping daylight saving time, which means we're going to keep doing the back and forth thing. I guess it only affects me for a day or two. I don't know. Great question. I'm sorry I don't have anything more articulate. Dark morning and long evenings. It does affect our physicality. Light affects things. I saw somebody say, the first things you should do in the morning. Somebody said to stimulate your brain, you brush your teeth with the opposite hand. Have you heard that, Doug? Brush with the opposite hand. And also to look in the mirror and say, I love you to yourself. Sounds hokey, but there is something about it. I think he said 20 times. I get the message after about 10. But for some reason, it's powerful. But this one person said, within 5 minutes of getting up, if you can, just get in the sunlight. Get in the sunlight. I don't know how long he said for. All right. I want to what are we sharing? I'm going to share. Okay. You've probably seen this, but I want to process together. Andrew Colvett went on TikTok. TikTok. this, from what I understood, this was not launched anywhere else. It wasn't on YouTube. It wasn't on X, which is, such a much more aggressive niche of social media. I want to start a segment where I'm like, my favorite X, like in terms of like of somebody who comes at me with something on X, but I don't want to like promote that culture though. People might be like, okay, I'll go on there and whatever. Doesn't matter. Could be amusing for a few moments to share just my favorite X comment on something that I posted. I've just recently gotten on. This is new. This is new for me. Like it'll say that I joined in whatever year, but it was only in July that I did. I don't think, have I even done 12 lives, honey? Have we done 12 lives? No. So I don't know how many followers it is right now, but when you look at some of the influencers, whatever, I'm not an influencer. Okay. Just content creator. I don't know them, who have been doing this for years. And I have already like half their number of, and it's all relative, but let me look it up. Whoa. There's a Doberman getting a bath. Hello. Ooh, I need that sponge. All right. Me, view channel. Oh God, you guys. There's actually interesting information about this. I have 66,600 followers. So I have 666 subscribers. 666 subscribers. Doug, would you make a note somewhere? Make a 666 note so I can follow, because I'm just going to mention this and then I don't want to talk too much about it because I'll get it wrong and I want to present it factually, that we've been conditioned to think that is a bad number, to think of that as a bad, evil number, when that is not its origins. It actually has more to do with unlocking our brains, with recognizing who we really are. That's the biggest fear. That is the biggest fear of the oppressive forces out there, whether spiritually or in physical form, is that we don't come into the power that we have, especially collectively. So I'll share more about that when I can be more articulate, but that's the idea in a nutshell. And you can look it up. The original meaning of, and you might have to dig a little bit because the algorithms go to like lock down a certain school of thought. So Andrew Colvett went on TikTok. So I don't know if they were just doing a sampling, like doing a organic grass roots spread of information via TikTok, because it was that it's kind of a turning up the boiling, the heat under the pot. You know what I mean? Approach as to him getting on X and doing that. They would destroy him. Okay, so he went on there and he's like, I'm going to ask questions. I sped this up because you good chance you've already heard it, and who wants to listen to Andrew Colvett for that long? So it's a couple minutes, but I did speed it up. I add it to the stage.
Dealing with so many crazy accusations, either leveled at Erica, or myself, or the organization, or whatever, anything except for Tyler Robinson in this process, that I haven't gotten a chance to articulate clearly what questions I still have outstanding. I feel like I've been dealing with so many crazy accusations, either leveled at Erica, or myself, or the organization, or whatever, anything except for Tyler Robinson in this process, that I haven't gotten a chance to articulate clearly what questions I still have outstanding that I want answers to. So here we go. Who knew what when? That's right. There is a lot of indication online that other people knew something was going to happen that day on September 10th. They posted on social media about it in really, really creepy ways, and none of those people have been held accountable, and I want to know why, and what did they know and when? Another question I want to know the answer to is, was Lance Twiggs more involved than we currently know, right? We know that he's been given limited immunity for his testimony. It's going to be video testimony in the preliminary hearing. But how much did he know, and how much did he radicalize Tyler Robinson? it seems, and I encourage everybody to go check it out, there's a Turkey Tom YouTube video where one of their friends that would hang out with them in their apartment seems to indicate that it was a really manic, disassociative, sort of morally corrupt, bankrupt environment that Tyler Robinson was living in, and Lance Twiggs seems to be the source for a lot of that. So did Tyler Robinson just do this crazy thing all on his own, or did Lance Twiggs put him up to it? Was he a co-conspirator? I want to know that, because if it comes out that he was a co-conspirator, I would love to see him held accountable for that and not be granted any immunity whatsoever. Another question I have is, where did Tyler Robinson go immediately after taking the shot, running off the rooftop, and tossing the gun into the forest? Where did he go? We know that the state has evidence that he was back on campus that night into the wee hours of September 11th, but where did he go immediately after? That's a big question. One of the questions that is really tough for me is, why were those darn rooftops so accessible? First of all, why set up a building where you can just like go over a railing and get on a rooftop? That's one question. Why were there not cops planted out there? That's another question. And why were there not people spotting those rooftops? Now, you might say, well, gee, Andrew, Turning Point had its own security. Well, guess what? The way you work with campuses is you only get to have immediate vicinity jurisdiction around the person that you're protecting. So I don't know what the exact distance was, but it's essentially like, let's say 30 feet around Charlie's perimeter was what our personal private security was able to take care of. So we were relying on campus PD to monitor the ingress, egress to the area and the rooftops. I want to know, why were they so accessible? And I know that I take a bunch of crap for this, but I want to know more about the rounds, the ammunition, the 30-06 rounds. I know that the comments are going to be filled with, it was not a 30-06, blah, blah, blah. Well, the ATF report confirms it, the medical examiner confirms that it was. So I know that won't be enough for anybody, or at least a lot of people, but bear with me. Let's assume it was a 30-06. That is a powerful round. How old were the rounds? Were they hollow tip? Were they full metal jacket? I want to know everything. The point is that they broke into a bunch of different pieces inside Charlie, and that's partly the explanation, but I would love to know more information about that myself. And finally, was there a larger network? We hear about, you know, armed queers of SLC. They took down a bunch of their social media immediately after. I want to know, was there money? Was there outside sources? Were there more people that were involved in planning this? Still have a lot of questions. Thankfully, we're getting a lot of answers too in the preliminary hearing, and I hope more come out.
Dumbfounding to me, as it was for most, to see Andrew Kovitz say he wanted answers to things. And when he said our team could only be like a perimeter that's 30 feet around him, it's not true. It's not true. It's also so easily lookupable, Googleable. They could have done anything they wanted to. They just had to coordinate with the university. Could have done anything. They could have had drones. They could have had security up on the roofs. What's the plural of roofs? Plural of roofs. Roof. What? Roofy. Roofy. That's not funny. It's roofs. Roof. Candace, I think, will say roof. Did you? Okay. Candace was drinking from a mug today. I just caught a couple minutes. I caught her drinking from a mug. This is how Candace drinks from a mug. Have you seen this? Did it jump out at anybody else? Darling, what you doing? What you doing? Is that what you do? Is that all the time drinking, or is that just your like podcast drinking? I just spilled. I'm trying to get this. I just spilled. Does anyone out there drink like this? Shannon, I bet you're right. And him going off the leash is just what. So don't you drink like this? Not Candace. She's like this. I wish we knew more about the wives. Mikey McCoy's wife, Andrew. I'm very interested in Andrew Colvett's wife. I've just done a search to find her on the internet, like social media. She's not present on it. She's not active on it unless there's a little hub somewhere that I've missed. I just saw a company. I don't know if she even owns the company. I didn't do a deep dive, but like event planning stuff. But she has biblical grounds to divorce him. Andrew Colvett's wife has biblical grounds to divorce him. I'm only saying it like that. I think a woman can divorce anybody she wants for any reason. But I'm thinking Christianese for that segment of society that is the focus of this. So yeah, he's not supposed to put anyone else before her, God obviously, but he's willingly lying. She either has to be so complicit and so involved in it, in understanding that this was what she was signing up for, or she had no idea what she was signing up for, and she's furious because his loyalty to Erica, to be willing to say things he has said without any regard for his wife, his children, just so lies that are so easy to debunk. And he just, whatever, Erica, whatever you want, whatever you want. And boy, that podcast that she did within a week or something, pretty soon, definitely within 2 weeks, where it's the first time she's in the podcast. And I did a video of that back in the day where I turned the sound off, and she looks like she's flirting with a guy sitting at a bar. The way that she uses sexuality is mind-blowing. And maybe she can't turn it off. So maybe it's either just on full force, and so we get fingers laced through the vice president's hair, or it's off and she becomes this zombie kind of creature that we're going to look at from this event thing. At that event, I saw her hug a couple people. The fingers didn't go in the hair. The hand didn't go on the head. Why? Because she can control it. Her excuse to Megyn Kelly was like, oh, she's just a hugger. I loathed how she left that off. And that was like a huge, boy, she will be a shit CEO, because you've got to be able to take in information. You've got to be able to hear from people and be teachable. She laughed and demeaned and shamed. If you're somebody who's criticizing a hug, then you must really need a hug. What, babe?
People were saying in the comments that Andrew is getting a divorce, and if you go to the site, there is in the Los Angeles County courts a actual case.
Really?
For their divorce. Because if you search it, it's all kinds of social media things, but this is actual court filing.
Okay, because I was going to ask for Shannon, that she mic'd herself, that she put a mic on. I was one of the first ones to point that out. I said that, and a few days later, Barron's like, and she had a mic on, and I think Lionel was next. She had a mic on, and I was like, yes, she did. It's interesting. I always love it when I come to the conclusion of somebody in our tribe does when we haven't connected. I actually try. The trial, I'm not going to sit and watch the whole trial. So I appreciate the perspectives, and that Candace. Why do I do this? I'm pointing at the TV. That's what I'm doing. I don't know how Candace. She just sits. Of course, I don't know how she drinks out of a coffee mug the way she does. The arms are, I guess, if I anchor my elbows into the chair and make it a point of, because I slouch and I get comfortable because I'm so it's just great being with you guys. And so I'm casual, but I don't want to appear disrespectful. But Erica Kirk had a mic on when she was over the casket. Baby, Charlie, baby. I don't even want to do it. It was just so. She had a mic on. A mic on. People are like, it's not performative. She's just sharing her heart. She put on a microphone. There's a picture. Oh my God. Doug, if I send you this picture, can you put it up there?
Yes, I'd like to retract my previous statement. That apparently was his first wife.
Okay. Did you guys please pick that up? That was Andrew's divorce from his first wife. Doug.
Hey,
I'm glad. Thank you for
what's happening.
it is. Please. Thank you for clearing that up. Okay. So if I send you this picture of Stacy Sheridan, did you guys see this? Outside the courthouse, Stacy being Stacy, Stacy doing her thing. I have too many pictures on here. Too many pictures on here. Here she is. Doug, I send this to you. You can I just text it to you? No? So it says MacBook Pro.
No, that's yours.
That's mine. It doesn't give me here. Oh, my.
Yeah.
That it shows a text. It shows a text.
Yeah. Airdrop.
Are we enacting or triggering any PTSD? And
Got it.
Okay. So there's this picture of Stacy Sheridan. It was a text, wasn't it? Okay. There are these people. These people are gross people. They're gross people. So, I didn't airdrop. I just hit forward. Okay, I see you.
I got it.
Oh. I'm all for a good. Actually, I'm not a bird. I don't giving the finger ain't my thing. I'm a words person. I am a words of affirmation person. Even if it's affirming the asshole in you. I'm not going to give an asshole signal. Is there one? Just a puckered up fist. I'm not a flipping the bird person. I will creatively find ways. Okay. All right, here we go. So here's Stacy Sheridan. Look at her. She's so her look, those those boobs aren't real. Those boobs ain't real. You know how she was walking in the first day with her boobs all hanging out, looking like she was going to go work at a Hooters, which there's nothing wrong with. If you want to go work at a Hooters, then there's nothing wrong for your boobs to hang out. Free the nipple. Free the nipple. But it's court. It's court. It's just so.
Also, isn't it a faith and family organization that she works for?
That would be true. Boy, her speech at the memorial. Have you noticed these people's need to declare their importance? It just screams how and it's going to sound patronizing and snarky, but it's textbook that it screams just this inner child need for affirmation and significance. She said when she first met Charlie and she gave him like she didn't think anything of it. It was really dismissive. It was said in a way that could be received as insulting, like he didn't impress her in any way. But when he reached out to have her fundraise, and it was an Erica thing. I don't know that for a fact, but look at their relationship. Look how Erica was clinging on to Stacy and not Charlie's mother at the Medal of Freedom ceremony. When it finally sunk into my brain that Erica undoubtedly sat next to Charlie's parents, his mother specifically, and put her head on her mother-in-law's shoulder for, without question, just for appearance sake. And when I saw the second message, I still want to say tweet, but saying, was it a tweet? No. CBS did an article. I Googled something about the case, and I don't like rage, and this wasn't raging. So when I say pissed, it's like more than it just upset me. Like heartbeat picked up a bit at the blatant bias in the media. And I saw this one headline that, it was CBS saying something to the effect of Charlie's family speaks out. This isn't it, but the takeaway was believes, that it was the evidence shows that Tyler Robinson is guilty of this. The family, when Erica put that tweet out before everything started and said, for respect out of the judicial system, the family, the family, we were, she included her in-laws in this whole thing. And then she said specifically that, they were asking for privacy or something. Have you met you? But then she says, out of respect for the judicial system. You guys remember us talking about it. I had a little bit of a reaction when I read that on here. I just remembered that. We were there for that moment. Did she make it a week? Because on stage at this leadership event, she pulled that, the man who killed my husband. If anything, the red flag, which is the only one needed to get one's critical thinking going, essentially, in my judgment, that was very judgmental, but that's, it's a gift. Was how desperately they want him to be the guy. It's not, I want to find my husband's killer. It's, this is the guy. This is the guy. Okay. I don't want to see Frank Turek's face. I had him for a clip. He's a buffoon. He's a buffoon. He and Rob McCoy, they are clowns. They're like Saturday Night Live from hell on that cast lineup. They are buffoons. The weaky, the whiny whatever voice. Ah, damn it! I want to see.
Three. Why didn't she stop
he's such a
after
baby.
saying she would stop if Erica said stop, which she did on at least 2 occasions? Why did Candace keep trying to run Erica down and TPUSA down? Why? She said she would stop if Erica
they were
told
lying.
her to. She didn't. Number 34, why does Candace never quote the Bible? She claims to be a Christian, never quotes the Bible, but instead she accuses me of using the Bible to control minds.
So many different ways this could go. One, it's true that I was raised Catholic. It doesn't promote Bibles, getting a Bible, like Catholics, generally speaking, don't take Bibles to churches and, flip to it because it's printed in the homily. Is that what it's called? The program? Wait, it's not a program. It's not a program. What's it called? The homily is the message, right? Um, it is, but there aren't Bible studies pushed like in Catholic.
Liturgical churches, everything is printed for you, that kind of thing. It's not holding the hand in the Bible like you go to a Southern Baptist church. It's just a different form of worship, but it's not encouraged that way.
Boy, after seeing Rob McCoy, because I haven't looked into him much, did you know that to be a pastor at Calvary Chapel, you don't have to have a seminary degree? What does Rob McCoy's bio say? How was it phrased?
He said he took his seminary training. It said just seminary training in one place, another place he said pastoral courses. That anyone that has completed a degree in seminaries can say they got their MDiv at such and such seminary. And not that that's a big deal whether you have a degree or not, unless you're going to go into left field and say, this is what I think Scripture thinks, and it's totally outside the box of what, Orthodox Christianity says.
Well,
you better have some kind of degree or expertise if you're going to try to do that and say it as fact.
It's mind-blowing to me. I mean, people give pastors an authority, assumed authority. When you go to the church and you listen to the pastor, you don't necessarily fact check everything he's saying. It's like, okay, there's a God element here. One would hope. Unfortunately, seems to be found few and far between in church in general these days. And what Frank just said there exhibits why it works. It is, I've actually thought about, like, on Sundays, not doing a Bible study with you all, but doing more, I don't know. I don't want to say teaching, exposition. What would it be called? Breaking down this, like, almost like taking one of their sermons and exegete. That's what exegesis, is that what it's? Exegetifying. Yeah. What was the name of your Bible college in London? Spurgeon's Bible College. What the ones that I took, the courses I took through Campus Crusade, do we know what theological school I thought that was? Would you maybe just look that up? If it's so funny. It's like, yeah, I've had significant training and I can't think right now of what it was. Whatever. Training is significant. It's important, but yeah, Ms. Lawrence, the churches. This is why a lot of people who go through an evangelical church that is so personality driven can retreat into or find a safe place and more of their comfort in a liturgical service, because it's not personality driven. This is what I was going to say earlier with Rob McCoy. Without question, Charlie doesn't want to just listen to a pastor give their opinion on stuff, especially, Rob McCoy. If you saw the video I did, which was one of the most, probably the hardest video I have made to date, having to listen to him bastardize the story of David and Goliath, to watch somebody say, which Rob McCoy did from the pulpit, that this part isn't in scripture. He said, no, this isn't in scripture, but it is in my mind. So fucking dramatic. The emotional manipulation, the acting. I mean, it's just an actor. When he goes through his mocking of David running, when he says it's known to be a highly inaccurate weapon. I just had to Google accuracy of Shepard's sling. The video's on there. Of course it could kill somebody. It was used to kill prey. It was just so bears and lions. As David says, he claimed that even though nowhere in the storyline does it say the rock went in a different direction and Archangel Michael showed up and is the one that threw it and ultimately killed Goliath. That's what he says he believed, that scripture was missing. Essentially saying scripture is wrong. I'll do something that gets to this, but you could not unconvince me that he is not central to this whole thing. He claims in that talk that he went to he said he went to hundreds, if not over 1,000 events with Charlie. And that math ain't mathin'. As I think I said, it's not because it's not all the events Charlie's ever done. They met in 2019, I think, and I did a guesstimate of the events. He basically would have been going to over 90% of Charlie's events if it were over 1,000. Basically all but 200 of the events. It's absurd. You don't want somebody who exaggerates or creates their own scripture as a pastor. So Charlie was in mass more than anything. Rob McCoy is repeatedly, he loves the joke because he's negging Charlie, just like Stacey Sheridan did. He wasn't that impressive in her body language. You know, he said he wasn't a very good congregant. He was on the road 320 days of the year. He only came to church like 4 times. I said, no, actually he was going to church, but he was going to mass. Undoubtedly, because that's repulsive. I started to wonder if he went to events because he was invited or not. Oh, take Frank off the screen. Yeah, he just, let's make him go away. How do we make him go away, babe? Okay, thank you. So, sorry about that. For him to say, quote scripture, what the world does not need more of right now are Bible thumpers just going around quoting scripture and assuming that means anything. Or that it means more than their actions or personas or air or energy or acts of kindness or not, or cruelty or slander, or just being whiny little bitches in the name of Jesus. Pardon me. Jesus don't want that branding. Always cracks me up to think about the Jesus they picture in their head. It ain't the one that whose physicality would have looked anything like what it actually was. But you look at the crowds, just white people. Just white people. If there's someone who's not, you'll know because the camera stays on them a bit longer or returns to them. Yeah, Johnny's saying that Frank was the one leading Charlie to the scripture. Sometimes I'll react to these and I'm like, yeah, Tammy, you're right. Oh, no, to the slaughter, right? Frank was the one leading Charlie to the slaughter. Yeah. If you have a commentary Bible, I'd encourage you to consider not using it. What's the point of a commentary Bible? All right, you might have some questions about this verse. I'll tell you what it means. Well, who's that? Who's that person? Why? How'd they get that job? It's interesting when you look into the commentaries and why. It's somebody's commentary shouldn't be printed in a book that is referred to as holy. It's sacrilegious. Would that be the right word? So we're going to look at a couple things of Erica. If you're still with me, we got some new people here. I'm glad you're here. I love hanging out with you guys. The 4th of July was awesome. I don't like holidays. So what are you doing for Christmas or Thanksgiving? Because I'll probably be here. All right, we're gonna watch some of Erica because it ties into this whole scripture thing. I wish I knew the dates. An old Baron Coleman podcast came up. This is back in the day where we're learning how much of a liar Erica is, and it's well established that she's in the pathological land. Somebody just asked, what is your faith belief now? We don't have time for that. You left the church. Technically, so did I, right? What's it mean to officially leave the church? You don't have to like denounce anything or whatever. Like, I haven't cracked a Bible in decades yet. Starting a year ago, Bible verses just were like into my head. I'm like, what? You remember that, Doug? When I was telling you after that Antarctica cruise that the way that that verses were just coming.
But there was a basis for it. I mean, because you did do a lot of studying in the past.
Oh yeah,
that information is there.
Yeah. Yes. I'm not saying that they're verses I never knew before. They were ones that I hadn't thought about maybe since I was 6. Some of it was way deep, way back. My discernment stuff, was peaking. My what we call my spidey senses, my reading people and things. It's funny. We all have this. Somebody says the gift of spiritual discernment, it's there. You have it. You have it. You have it. Please don't ever speak over yourself. I can't do that. I can't. I know that's pretty cool, but I can't do that. I'm not a patient person. Don't speak that over yourself, please. Don't do that. That's you being a frog, giving yourself the own little needle lobotomy and putting yourself in the water. You'd have to put yourself in the water first and get the degree razor thing going and then give yourself the little lobotomy. Don't do that. Please, just for tomorrow, listen to what the voice tells you inside your head that speaks negative things. It wouldn't be of God, but it does speak to us in our own voice. I'm not yeah, they can be some outside influence that messes with our head, but a lot of times they don't even have to. We don't have to spiritualize it because we've been so inundated with the psychological damage of just all the things we talked about in the beginning that were the tools that are implemented to overwhelm us, to have us cling to a, a team that where you can't ask questions. It is so freeing to be able to say these 3 words. I don't know. I don't know. I'll look into it. I'll get back with you. I don't know. How do you feel about this? I'm not sure how I feel about it. Just, I'll let you know. So when I left the structure of things from a church, I'm ADD, you know that. It's sitting through anything. If I was leading the worship or whatever, then obviously it was easy to stay. Which is what we did. We would play guitar and sing, and I wrote worship songs. But when I embraced the reality of the more you know, the more you realize you don't know. So it's detrimental thinking, the pride that comes with, okay, I learned this, so I know this now. And okay, no, I learned a little bit of this, but there's so much more. And I don't know what, sometime I don't know when it was, but realizing that life is not black and white. Nothing is black and white. Nothing is black and white. It's gray. The world is gray. And those who say things as a matter of fact, if someone says always or never, it's so easy nothing will lead me to dismiss somebody than an always or never when they're throwing that. They always do this. They always, and if you're engaging with somebody on social media who says the left always does this, don't waste your time. Don't waste your time. Also be aware of, like, if you're blowing up somebody's thread, you're getting that person paid. So that's why people will say these things. You know this. That's why people will, sometimes we just need reminding. When I realized I didn't know how any of this worked, when I realized the engagement, people bickering, that's why people created accounts that are rage bait accounts. I didn't understand what that was until I started to see accounts that would just say the most absurd thing, knowing that's what they were doing. And then they get 1,000 something comments on it and their groceries are covered for the week. So if you want to argue on one of my threads, knock yourself out. But just be aware of whose thread you're under, because you will get them paid. I will go to make sure the super chats are addressed. We live in the gray. Yes. Thank you, Mrs. Lady. Could you make up a fake name, you guys, to put in your, how am I supposed to address that? How do I do that? So yeah, we live in the gray. She's saying, watch out for those who speak only in black and white. I don't believe in one way for anything. I don't. People, yeah. Tammy, where can I see it better over here? Tammy, I'm just going to go with Tammy. People that only speak in black and white are dangerous. Open mind is the way to go. I'll think about it. That strikes me as like, that's unsettling. I don't completely get that, but I'll think about it. like you. I respect what you have to say. Let me process that instead of just ego back. So when persecution comes, jump for joy. All who live righteously in Christ shall suffer persecution for his sake. Everybody suffers. Everybody suffers. I don't. What are we doing? Oh, showing those comments. Okay, good. Sometimes the religious can like flagellate themselves or dismiss their suffering as that they're suffering because they're Christians, and they let people know that. The biggest pile of crap that I've seen Erica do, but it's much broader than Erica, is when she says the world doesn't understand me, and that's okay because I don't want to look like the world. All the bling on her fingers. I don't want to look like the world. And and Charlie said this. Charlie, and it was just so matter of fact and so dismissive that if the world hates you, like it's based on the Bible verse, I don't know which one, but it says if the world hates you, it's because they hated me first. And no, maybe the world hates you because you're being a dick. So when I see people in leadership positions, I mean, that could be some, if you're living righteously, if you're tuned. I remember my son once told me, I was in this real spiritually heightened awareness place. And he said the things that he would do that annoyed me didn't seem to annoy me, and that annoyed him. Because you get in these dances with people, and when I do this, you're going to react this way, and it's not even intentional. It's just what it is. You want to break a pattern of relationship, crew with somebody, just do something different. I knew you were going to do that when you said that. Okay, well then don't do that. Do something different. Change the music to that dance you're doing in that relationship. So yeah, sometimes it is because of a faith, but it's when it's good coming out. It's not when you're being a freaking Pharisee. If you're thinking you're being persecuted because you're standing up for something righteous, because illegals shouldn't be in the country because they're breaking the law, and you don't care about the separation of parent and child, and that, children are experiencing the things that Jesus speaks out against. And if someone's just being, I don't like saying you, but like if one is self-righteously acting that way, you're not getting hate because of God, because of Christ, your love for Jesus. That person is getting love for being an asshole. All the verses that are getting thrown out, I'm getting fired up now. All the verses that are thrown out, tossed out about the widow, don't mess with a weevo. Weevo. Can y'all take note of that? Can we not call the bitch a weevo? I'm not going to remember that. Those same verses, most of them include caring for the foreigner as well. A lot of times those people won't even read that part. They're just going to skip over the foreigner part. You think Jesus would have supported ICE? Are you kidding me? This is good. This is good. I appreciate that comment so much, because it's really awakened that reality that the people who, what I see in today's day and age isn't being persecuted for what the context of that verse was, that people who were not being willing to bow to the gods of the government, whatever it was that decade. But because they professed belief in Christ, they got persecuted. All right. It's not, context is a thing. It is a thing. And there are a lot of people that don't, I mean, everybody knows that. We don't stone our children if they disrespect us, like the Bible says. The things I've been learning about how one word being changed and it changing the meaning of everything, of what has been misinterpreted. Like when you think of the Adam and Eve story, if you do, think of it now. In your mind, was Adam right there with her when the woman picked the fruit from the tree? Wasn't an apple. It was this weird thing, but the way I've heard a lot of pastors speak is they kind of present it like he wasn't even around, but he was. He was. Also, the reality that the serpent, Doug and I had a really good conversation about this, because I said, the serpent didn't lie to the woman. Didn't lie to the woman. It was the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. They were just soaking up the good, and it wasn't a snake and whatever, but said this, you will have like the knowledge of God, like in terms of you will know good and evil. You will understand evil exists. I shouldn't. Like I said, no internal dialogue. I mean, I just mean like I would like to have this out as a study with all the specific stuff, because I'm not backing up with the Greek word, the text, the translation, where in history it got changed and why. But the point is that women, there's this innate voice in us that started somewhere that says it's your fault. If something's wrong, it's your fault. Even how much of our identity is wrapped up in our mothering, how much of our value is perceived by ourselves through how our children feel about us now or not. But from the pulpit, even in some liturgical churches, it's presented, this is the Cliff Notes version, that it's the woman's fault. The woman was deceived. The woman dragged her husband into it, and the woman was the problem. And then Doug pointed out that I think my tone was kind of implying that it's no big deal. It was what's the big deal which isn't what I was saying, but you came back with that he's doing so many other things, like with things like he hasn't been.
Oh, I've been tracking on this.
No, I meant like, it's not like the deal is you don't talk or anything. It's like you're there for, whatever, for everything. That man. You came back and said the problem with it was they disobeyed God. They were told not to do something and they did it.
Right. And
Like
so
it
in a
was the one
sense, that's if you want to use the word deception, that's where the serpent or whatever was egging on Eve and Adam and Eve, that, oh, surely you won't die if you eat it. But even then, is he talking about a literal death or a death to the idea of,
Well,
not
because
knowing people?
because we don't die.
I'm talking in, if he's talking to them and he's like, oh, surely you won't die. He's talking about God's not going to strike you down. Is that what you think?
A physical death. Or maybe the aliens made them.
I'm out.
I don't take the story literally. I don't. The Adam and Eve story. But tomorrow I might change my mind. Something might happen that go, well, okay, I get that now. We can do that. It's not just a woman's prerogative to change her mind. Anybody can. Somebody accused me of flip-flopping on a position that I had regarding Erica. I'm like, yeah, several times as more information comes out. Yeah. You're watching from Japan. My son is moving to Japan. He's moving. It's 2:30. Dogs. How do I look so young? Well, is weed legal in Japan? What you got going on there? Well, thank you. There is a skincare line that's on my Instagram. We went through this last time, and I need to figure out how, because I get credit for it. If you get it through Instagram, there's a link. If you're up for it, please go to Instagram. There's a link. It's called Froya, Froya. It's really, really good stuff. But my son, I'm sorry. When I read comments and I one latches and I'm like, I gotta finish my other thought first. So my son he's going to be there for at least 3 days. He leaves in about a week. This is a dream of his. He's 25. He's 25. See, I don't shame Erica for not knowing certain dates and all that. Like, that is not one that got me riled up like it did so many other people. That's not my thing. But he's like, I lived in Japan, in Yokohama, Japan, as a child from like 6 to 8 years old. We weren't there long, unfortunately. I loved it. Michael's never been. It's interesting. He's only been, like, he's been to Mexico. My dad worked for IBM, and I was born in Columbia, Maryland, and by the time I was 12, I'd been to 30 something countries. Being an expat, they paid him a little more. We weren't wealthy by any means. But my parents' approach was, we're over there, like, let's travel and see things. And I'm so grateful for it. And undoubtedly that affected my worldview. Now, did I say to my parents when I was first able to speak words, hey, I think you guys, let's live in Japan and live in Germany, and Mom, I think you should be a director of education at the Catholic Church, and we should travel and go to all these different countries so I get a good worldview. No, something was instilled in them from their parents that was radiated through them, and that adventurous spirit, which our son, even though he was born in the United States, the other 3 were born in England, in London, England, when Doug and I lived there. And then we adopted. But so he hasn't traveled with us, but he knows the value of that. And God, nothing impacts somebody like traveling, books, reading and traveling. I'm not a, don't read. I'm a real visual person, but I mean, I've gone through phases. But for several years now, he's said he's wanted to go to Japan. I'm not really performative on here. I just kind of hang with you guys in some ways. You guys, these just came in. You better get these up on the website right now.
Yep.
They'll be up by the morning.
Look at this. I love it. We haven't done a tan one before. It's embroidered and look, it makes the lipstick pop. The person who lives in Japan, someone said travel helps us understand humanity. That is absolutely correct. The person that lives in Japan, would you send me a message? I should look up the city that he's going to be in. There is a hats that we've had before had this Velcro that's like, it was really good. I mean, really like latched on. This one has a sliding thing where you slide it and then tuck it back in. But hold on. Oh my God. I love it so much. I love it so much. When you guys get your Think Happy stuff, it really helps keep us going. So thank you for that. What did the dog, I wish you guys could see these 3 little Pomeranian dogs looking up at, what was it? They're like, we went out and peed. We peed, Mom. Yeah, it's so great. You peed. You're awesome. Did you give him a treat?
Yes.
I ask him every single time because every now and then he'll go, no. All that does is keep me asking. It just keeps it. What do they want from me, babe? What do you want? Do you want it up here? Why do you want up here? You never want up here. Look.
Neglected them for 2 hours.
This is Mark's. Mark's. He's my little potato. You're like a little potato. Look, he's not used to being picked up like this. He's not quite. Oh, and his brother, there's a off-white one. He usually gets really wild up if I give Mark's attention like this. He's looking. I have like a little mirror that I check if lipstick is on my teeth, which I shouldn't have to check more than once. This stuff stays on, and it's on our website, by the way. But so his brother Buck is like looking kind of around the mirror. He's kind of strained like this. If I put you down, do you know you're on camera? Do you know you're on camera? He's my baby. He's my favorite. Oh, the brothers, don't fight. No. We have favorite children too. Sometimes it changes several times within a day. I love these. So they'll be up tomorrow.
Correct.
You could just take a quick crap picture and put them up, or is it more, there's more to it than that?
Yes, my job involves more than just posting your pictures.
We're gonna have a little talk about that. We're gonna have a little talk. We haven't gotten to this video yet. New members. I feel like I should have a little song for Deb. You just said your husband is so patient with you, Deb. You're seeing like 0.01% of life in the Fekete household right now. Patience. Were you just, or were you playing off the Adam and Eve story about and how Eve is always blamed for everything? Is that what you were doing there? You were applying the lesson of whatever. Okay. Oh my gosh, Ms. L Lady, you made little hearts. Are those feet on the hearts? Don't bully our Doug. Me? Me? Oh my God, that felt like Baron Coleman. Me? Bully Doug? Oh my God. I know, like, just for the sake of slight amusement right now, it's the only reason I'm saying this, because you don't have to explain yourself to anybody. You don't got to do that. It's just funny because after the last, at some comment somewhere, somebody was really concerned, and it was really, I appreciate the, but someone was really
I didn't
concerned.
appreciate it.
I know. Somebody commented that it was unacceptable the way Doug's tone and stuff would, the way it sounded. And believe me, we've had our moments. But so I told Doug, it was well expressed, this comment. It wasn't overtly disrespectful or anything like that. And when I shared that with Doug, he said, "What'd you say? You remember?" You said, "How many people liked it?"
Mm.
So it wasn't just the original comment. It was like, how many people liked it? At that time, there was just one. But there were so many other people saying, like, I like this dynamic of yours. And it is what it is. Tone is an issue sometimes. But I'm also really good at saying, hey, I just finished this thing, and if you like it, I need like the enthusiasm behind it or something like that. You responded the other day to a video I posted, because I'll text him, because I'll be working. I'll be in our working for like 10 hours on a video, and when it's finally up, I'll be like, it's up, and then he checks it out, and you said something that made me like feel so good, because it was so genuine, because you said something a little different. Do you remember?
I think I said it was crazy good.
Yeah. He said it was crazy good. Crazy good. Okay. We're gonna let's look. I know if you're on the East Coast, where are you? I want to know where you are. Yes, Tammy, this tribe is the best. Amanda said, and may he bless you too. Yes. Blessings to you. Blessings to you. Can we see Doug, or have we? If you were here when he was setting up his, what were you doing? Putting yourself on stage. It flashed because the intention, he doesn't want to be seen. He doesn't want to be seen. Did anyone see him? Or was it too quick? Ohio, Oklahoma, San Antonio, Texas, Indiana. I lived in Evansville, Indiana, Australia. I've never been there. I so want to be there. Central Florida. Do you get alligators? Alligators freak me out because I hear the stories about them grabbing pets and toddlers. His arm made a cameo. Oh, you guys, we were talking about, Doug, do you want to kind of whisper out the names of places that people are saying? Jupiter, Florida, Calgary, North Carolina, Palm Harbor, San Diego. I see them. West Virginia, Arizona, Queensland, Australia. Love that. You're by Lake Michigan. Yeah, we were down in the toe near the right off the Ohio River. Colorado. Love Colorado. What is with Victor Marks winning that primary? I don't trust these voting machines anymore. You have gators. Do you have like firearms ready to go. Like if they come for your pets, the coyotes are I mean, I wouldn't like shoot a coyote, but my bare hands would be enough to deal with a coyote if it went after one of our dogs. It's actually, there's an episode of this, the second season of Beef is out. Brilliant. It's on Netflix. Beef. The acting is, oh, the people they get cast are amazing. But well, spoiler, I guess it doesn't ruin. Well, God. Well, it kind of, whatever. Her dog gets in the clutches of a coyote, and this woman just goes primal and grabs the coyote, and she's stressed about several things, but slams that coyote around and just, does the dog recover or not? That you'll have to see for yourself if you're interested. We're being invaded. I don't know, like if when I put my hands over the mic, I feel like it's my way of protecting you all from the noise. Like would you be in the front seat with your mom, you know, when you were 3 back in the day before there were laws about such things? And you know, my mom would like foresee maybe having to stop just a little more abruptly than whatever, and her arm would go out like, I'm going to save you by putting my arm out there. You're based in Tokyo. He is flying into Tokyo, and then he is going. That's so funny. My voice to text was on, and so the last several minutes of this has been dictated. Doug, you can go into my Instagram. He gives Tyga's city. Oh, you need my phone. Sorry. Oh. We know each other's passcodes. Do I even have a passcode on mine? Oh my God, you guys. Doug and I were divorced for 11 years, and then we remarried. That is a podcast. That is like a year-long podcast in and of itself. First time around, this whole you complete me kind of thing, and we had the whole Jesus thing going on, but inadvertently got caught. There were ways we made each other's Jesuses, you know. How do you not know? How do you not know that I'm upset about this? How do you not? Whatever. I digress. But the second time, we knew exactly. We were never out of each other's lives. We knew what we were getting. We knew, like, where it bugged me before that he would be quiet, like if I'd be performing somewhere and he'd be quiet and just kind of sit to the side. I was like so codependent on anybody in the room of like, is he offending them by being quiet? And would get really in my head about that stuff. And then I was at the Comedy Store in Hollywood, Sunset Boulevard, and such a fun show. It was just so great. And I think I'm funnier after a show. The show is just the warm up. And then afterwards, like, were you shaking your head?
I don't know what.
Oh, you couldn't find it. It's Dunk, like his username is Dunk or something. It's not Tyga. It's starts with Dunk something, like Dunk basketball. So, you know, there's this kind of low walled area in where they have a bar, and it's kind of outside because, you know, the weather here is perfect pretty much all the time. Winter is like, oh, it's raining. Yes, taxes are high, but like the weather is really great. And I was just like in this state of like joy, and just, it was just fun, like interacting with people and The show was still going on, if you know what I mean. And he was just sitting to the side. And I thought, he's so supportive. He's so supportive. And I don't need him in this space. And that, my friends, is a callback to reframing. And what we put in our brains, there wasn't a darn thing wrong with him just sitting over there and doing his thing. I was caring what other people think, how they could, like, whatever. That was gone. That was gone. It took me till I was like 40, but, and then I don't know. It's just like what we got the second time around is autonomy. Turning Point USA, get married young, have kids right away, have more kids than you can afford. From personal experience, God will provide is not a financial plan. It's also, I don't understand, because Charlie would go on about, if you can't provide for your family, if you don't have, as a man, if you don't have these ducks in a row, then don't get married. And he went so far as to say, you're not a man. You're not a man if you can't X, Y, and Z when it came to finances. That's why it was such a big deal when she said, and now I'm the sole provider for my children. No, he took care of that. He took care of that. Oh, okay. Let me, I'm going to hit this video. I'm going to play this video, but I just want to say that, yes, I see you put a video of Dan Flood in the comments of your last 2 videos. Did you watch it? No, I did not. I apologize. Oh yeah. Yes. Yes. I withdraw my apology. Excuse me. Funny mouth noise. I did see it. I did see it. Something on his left. I don't know. I can't say definitively what any of that is. Doug, these headphone things, they start to hurt my ears. My ears are tender. Norway, a new member in Norway. Is that for real? I'm so glad you're here. Wow. I have a piece of my artwork somewhere in Norway. It is cold there. I haven't been there, but the person who bought it was like, it's cold. Okay. Oh my gosh, Doug, when I click on a comment, it shows up in the Think Happy Stuff writing. Yeah. Did you do that?
No.
How'd that happen? That font that you see there, you guys, that's my handwriting that we turned into a font. You see, it's on the hat. It went away.
I made it go away.
Don't make it go away. Bring it back. Amanda, I've been wanting to send super chat because isn't it funny how the characters, you have to cut out certain words. I've been wanting to send super chat because last week you started giving free merch with $30 purchase. I bought $60 merch before, plus sent super chat and missed the free merch. Well, we can't have that, Amanda. So, Doug, can you sort out who that is? You have her address?
Probably.
Amanda, we will hook you up. Consider it done. We got you. We have these car magnets that we include as gifts, but we were doing tumblers and other things. And so thank you, Miss Amanda. We'll send you a mug. Do you want a mug? Please say yes. Or Amanda, do you want a mug? And then you got to tell me what color. Or do you want one of the glass jars, like just the glass canisters that have the bamboo lid and the Think Happy Stuff logo on it? Does this help when I do this? To help. I don't know why I do that. But thank you. Yeah, thank you for saying something. We take care of our Think Happy Stuff purchase people. I am tripping that it's coming up in my font. I don't know. Chris, when I'm always a little nervous when I put these on up and I haven't read them first. Chris, when you're live and bring your humor, spelt the English way, your honesty and kindness makes me so happy. During your live, everything is right with the world. Oh my gosh. Is it because like I just sound so unhinged? You're like, I got it together. Is it like watching an episode of Desperate Housewives to just, make you feel better about your life? That always did it for me. Sorry, this is humor, deflection, accepting a compliment. I leave all my worries and just enjoy you and Doug. I have found my tribe. Thank you. That touches my heart. You guys, it's been a tough few days. More than a few days, a week. Almost tomorrow it'll be a week, whatever, several days. Because I get depressed when I am sick. I didn't discover this and put it in my mind until my late 40s. But I have to be very much aware of when I don't feel well or have any physical ailment. It affects, it's not like just, it feels like I'm stating the obvious. It's not just like, I'm sorry, but it's not like it's just, well, I'm in a bad mood or cranky, because it affects me on a soul level. And I get more tender, and we've had a couple things happen that we have 8 kids, so this doesn't narrow it down. But I'm going on 2 years working on these scrapbooks. And one of the kids said, and that we send, like, it might take me 6 months to do one, and then I send it. And one of them said, I don't want these, like, don't send me these. And that made me sad. But there's several other things going on in the world, and I become more tender. So, and let me state for the record that you can have 8 kids, but they all have different mom experience. They all have a different dad experience. When somebody said that, or I read that, or maybe it was a meme, I don't know, that like when you're talking about your parent to a sibling, it's important to remind ourselves that we didn't have the same parent. We didn't have the same experience. There was something in us that brought out a different aspect of them. I don't know. It also helps me to remember that in my belief system, our souls were not created in the womb. And there is nothing I believe just because the Bible says so. That's just the point of reference I have for some spiritual things, because that's what, I didn't choose to be Catholic. My religion, in a sense, to a certain degree, was chosen for me. It laid a foundation, which led me to explore things that were built on that foundation. People do make dramatic conversions to different things, but it's the exception rather than the rule, right? But the Bible says, so when I say the Bible says, it's more like, I don't know, maybe it's a validation, or because I know some people speak or operate in that system and it's being relatable. I don't know. But it says, I knew you before you were in your mother's womb. So I believe that my children, both the adopted and birth children, they were souls. They were souls on their own journey before Doug and I were used to bring them physically into this world. So as a mother who is still learning to not let a child of yours perception of you dictate your value, it's important to to take ownership, to listen and take ownership. Not of everything, like not everything is our fault. Not everything is. I'm sick of that aspect of a certain society that there's if you know, you know. Especially moms. Moms get blamed. Moms. And I had a joke that said, my kids are in their 20s. They blame me for everything, which I guess they had really low expectations of their father. I say it, with a little more oomph. But the reality is that's true. That dads, for the most part, are I don't want to generalize, but traditionally speaking, it's still in my, I don't know, still that generation. I don't know, whatever. That, dad goes to work, comes home. He just doesn't bear the, somebody said it so well about, the moms and the discipline and the daily, just kind of whatever, if you're at home. I don't know. I wasn't planning on going down that road, so I'm not going to speak about it anymore. Your name is Cian. Thank you. I do wonder when I read your super chat, I wonder what everybody's name is. I understand why people don't want to put real names. Deb just said, Erica will run for president. It's her goal, not a doubt in my mind. I get it. I get it. My thought, and they're going to have a hard time pulling this off unless the system, the literal, like the machine, are so rigged that it doesn't matter what anybody thinks of her, because there's not enough support. So my thought was right away, boom, was they want her on the ticket. We know this, like the night he died, I think it was the night or the next day, within 24 hours, somebody registered the domain Vance Kirk 2028 website domain. It was the plan. Part of me wonders if it was Rob McCoy, because there's also strong circumstantial evidence that leads one to think that it was Rob McCoy who, on the night Charlie was assassinated, went on Wikipedia or however that's done and made himself the co-founder of Turning Point Faith, which they changed back, they fixed, but they included him as a key, I don't know, like a key component, or not, that's not the wording, but that he had influence and something to do with it, but not a co-founder. I started to say this earlier, just how self-important they all, when you listen, or if you heard, and if you listen to them in the future, their need for how important they were. It's not just like, this is how I knew Charlie. It's almost like, this is why I'm important or relevant to this section of the timeline that we're in. But yeah, so Yeah. My thought, sorry, was that they'll put our vice president on the ticket, 2028 vice president. I don't know. Like it would kind of surprise me now. And that, why are you shaking your head?
Because you're talking about the Republican ticket.
Yeah.
And there's been so many other female politicians that would have the credentials to carry it. And she has, you know, she's a media person, if anything.
So you're saying you don't see the Republican Party getting behind her?
No, not at all.
Yeah. I didn't think the Republicans in Colorado would get behind Victor Marx. So there's a point there, considering that, I don't know, the 26 million or something, an absurd amount of money, outside money, dark money, because they don't have to disclose who they are, went into his campaign. I'm concerned for those 2 adult children of his who made severe abuse allegations against him. And just before he announces, like right in that immediate time frame, started making statements about how they were just going through a rebellious season, or something, that it was, it's the abuser going, it's my fault, that kind of thing. He's a sick man. Scary sick man. Anyway, so I never thought Donald Trump, with the known crimes and the allegations and the number of children with different, wives, not that like I have an issue with that per se, but what the hypocrisy of that being embraced is no big deal. Because if any of those things were Obama, that would have been going nuts. Like the conservative movement would have gone nuts. That's really frustrating. It's really frustrating. You can see me, right? I've seen podcasts and they have the big fuzzy thing. Why are you doing the, what are you doing the, what are you making all signals? I don't know what these mean. I've known you for 40 years, almost 40 years. I'm going to be 58 in August. I'm going to be 58. No, I'm 57 now.
Oh, you're old.
I know. I'm in that zone. Like, and I'm feeling it. So yeah, I get depressed. Like when not like I don't want to live anymore, but just really tender about things and sensitive, like soul level sensitive, not just like getting bitchy or whatever. But my shoulder, I'm concerned they're going to suggest soldier surgery. My eyes, this chronic eye infection thing has just been, I mean, it shuts me down for a week. We've been trying to get the momentum. It's gotten to the place where, I'm not someone who's like, I got a flat tire and, oh, the devil did it. But there's no question that being oppositional to the powers at play, considering everything it's tapped into, the war, the child trafficking, the systematic abuse of women, and the genocide, and it's all tapped into this. So yeah, I mean, there could be something coming after me. I almost like, and I don't do this, but I was like gonna mention like would you guys like pray for me? If you're praying people, if you burn incense and meditate and send good vibes. This is me asking. I would appreciate that. I appreciate that. I would appreciate that. Doug is awesome. He is. Everything is awesome. So if I click show, hear me out. Okay, now I will always hear you. I don't know that first name. Is this a podcaster in our camp? Yeah, understand. This thing thrust this left-leaning, probably what most of y'all would refer to as a liberal. I need to take one of those tests online where it like, because I wonder what I really, whatever. You can't box me in. I'm a very complicated woman. So like I never listened to Candace. I didn't know who Barron was until somebody said Barron said something about me or Lionel. Like I didn't know these. I didn't listen to podcasts. I cannot think of one podcast. Doug, am I missing something? Was I ever like, oh, I saw so-and-so's podcast tonight? I don't think.
One with Will Arnett and
Yes, Smartless. Yes. Oh, that one. Those guys are great, and they're all like talk about the recovery. I'm a recovering alcoholic. So, how long has it been? Doug and I quit at literally the same day, 6.5 years. Yeah. A game changer. Even if you don't have a drinking problem, like don't for like 30 days, 60 days. Wow, it resets your system. Very interesting. Okay. So I will, or could you comment again who that is? Rush Limbaugh. I was forced to, I was a receptionist office manager at a dentist office. And it was just me and that guy. And he played Rush Limbaugh all the time. I mean, what was it, like 3 or 4 hours a day or whatever? And it made my skin crawl. It was so, and I wasn't political. Like I wasn't politically minded. I wasn't tapped into, but just the energy and the air. And so it's not even that I could tell you, oh, because he said this and his position was on this. It was just this oppressive feeling. You're a recovering member too. 13 years. I love that. Kindred spirits. You know, you guys, like not everybody, but like there's so many comments about how amazing this tribe is. And it's because you're amazing. And I'm amazing. Now I have to like, because the not so subtle message is like, well, you're here and I must be amazing too, because what I was going to say is that, you know, you guys are all, it's a law of attraction. I have a hard time saying I'm amazing. I need to say that more. I am freaking amazing. I want to hear you say it now. I don't care if you're in bed and your other half, not your other half, your significant other is asleep. I'll know if you said it. I am amazing. I am amazing. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna play some of this because I can't believe we're still. Wow. Time flies. See, I miss being with you guys. All right, we're gonna do some of this.
Do you still want to go to the chapter leadership summit? And I sat there and I thought, I already knew my answer, but I just thought about it. I like to internalize things, sometimes too much. I thought to myself, you know, if you don't fight for what's right, I would much rather our country look like this room than the inside of that courtroom.
If you don't fight for what's right, You know, I would much rather it's dumbfounding. I'm not going to do it, but I'm sure AI could do it. I know that God, just map out, have a program go through and share what percentage of her sentences are coherent. It's freaking insane. And you talk about, they all, whatever. She could be reciting the alphabet dramatically, and at the right inflection, they're going to clap. I can't make the words. It's just like, it's dumbfounding to me, but it's because of this inundation, this at some point in life, their frog went in the boiling pot, but not before they got a little brain dead. If you're just joining us, I apologize. But this German doctor, right, took out the part of the brain that gave the frog the sense to go, this is hot, I'm leaving. And the powers that be have just instilled in all of us some degree of this. You could tell how much by knowing how hot the water is, which you can't if you've been so affected. That's why the same piece of evidence can or cannot be presented. And people just don't see it the same way. I think if one feels led to engage with someone of the contrary opinion, who is that Erica is Mother Mary and Tyler is Judas, and I just ask, what are your thoughts on why did they pave it over inside of a week? Some people say the next day. It wasn't the next day. The paperwork, the process got going the next day. It wasn't paved over the next day. It was like the next Monday. It was technically, I think it was a week, but it wasn't the next day. But they got on it right away. They don't do that. That doesn't happen. Or why was the car gone the next day? Just ask questions. It's so effective. Acknowledge what they say. Ask a question. It's, if you're interested in learning, it's just, to me, it's interesting. People are just really interesting. And it's interesting to me why people think the way they do. And sometimes they don't know why they do. That video of the man giving his quick opinion, boxed opinion about the man who was killed. I wish I could say, like, I wish I knew his name to say. His name should be said repeatedly. But the 27-year-old man that was working here illegally had a social security number, whose 3-year-old daughter was in the car when they shot him to death. It's miraculous she didn't get shot. But the passerby, that guy was like, oh, well, he was here illegally. And they very gently explained that he wasn't. And he was dumbfounded. People don't know. And F Fox News. F them. And any media outlet that is so just presents it like with this blatant, oh man, the burden on their souls. Okay, so all that Nisi, my first exposure to Nisi was the well, I had to learn that it was through Barron. I mean, that she did I was watching Barron, and he was sharing about the texts that she was doing with the 15-year-old. And I got kind of like, he's not giving this woman enough credit. And I went through and finally found, I think I had to scroll back, whatever, and that it was her. And that was amazing work. Amazing work. So boy, I would love to hang out with her. She doesn't, I don't know that, I don't even think she knows who I am. Y'all do something about that. Do something about that. I'd love to connect with her. But the ball is in her court in that regard, because she didn't know me. Although I tripped out when Barron, I don't want to be redundant, but I sent a super chat to give him some information, and he was like, "Oh my God, is that you? There's a celebrity in the house." I was just like, for 3 minutes, no lie. Okay. Thank you. Wow, I click on it and it shows up. You and your son. I adore you guys and your smile. Thank you so much. All right, I love that. I love your energy that just radiates through your picture. We're going to do a little more of this. It's not just pointing out that she's stupid. She's stupid. And the reason I feel, I don't do that. I don't just call people dumb and stupid, but like the fact that she has touted her magna cum laude, summa cum laude. I didn't know which one was the higher status before. I thought it was magna because like, but I'm pretty sure it's the summa one. But I didn't know any of that before because I didn't qualify for those things. But to tout hypocrisy, lying is just, no, it's not okay. And she hasn't recanted. I mean, she's still, I don't hear her talking about it because it got called out, but it's still, I don't know if it's still on her LinkedIn or not. Somebody said it wasn't. I think Candace said it wasn't. And then somebody looked and it still was, whatever. But she wanted to portray herself as smart. And I think she studied up with Charlie, like to present herself to Charlie, because she says in the podcast that he has her on where we're engaged, that one, and where she's just an obnoxious asshole, like, oh, I'm so nervous, that they talked about things that Charlie Kirk would talk about. So obviously she knew what those were going into it. Okay, I'm slouching again. Here we go. Doug, I'm going to turn her on if you could do what you did last time.
So that means having hard conversations. That means when you're tabling, if your table keeps getting destroyed, become a roving table yourself and go talk to people. Go sit with people at lunch. You don't normally sit.
All right. The big difference is if you're sitting at a table and people want information and they come up to you, great. A roving, no, respect people's boundary. One is a little more, I'm here if you want. She's saying go after them. I don't like her. If you're new here, just for the record, I don't like her. She's bad. She's a bad person. And the person part is up for debate.
Be creative with the ways that you are a chapter leader, because you are a leader. You are not a follower. So you have a heavier weight and burden on your shoulders. But I swear every morning when you wake up, if you need that courage, you say to yourself out loud, God, do not give me any less of a burden on my shoulders. Just give me stronger shoulders. And I swear every time you.
All right. That the definition of sacrilege I had put up a little early. So it's like, this is what she's doing. This is what she's going to do. I'm just interjecting here because she's doing a Rob McCoy here. She's She's talking to students. She's leading students. If you've read the 15-year-old, the text that she did with the 15-year-old, she shouldn't be allowed within 50 feet of a student. Without question. Without question. I was furious. So when I got that information from Nisi and I edited, like insert, like did what I do, I was angry. If you watch that video, I was freaking furious. So this is a scripture that just shares that's contrary to what she's saying. So in these situations, because they're manipulating scripture, they're manipulating faith and people through faith. So this is why I speak the Christianese. I was in full-time evangelical ministry with students for over a decade. So this hits close to home in the things of my heart. So this is just pointing out a verse that says, come to me. So you don't pray. You don't pray. Don't take away my burden. That's what she's saying. This riles me up. Sorry. This riles me up. Come to me, all who labor and who are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Because you know why? Rest is important. Rest is important. Take my yoke upon you and learn from me, for I am gentle and lowly in heart. And you will find rest for your souls. Soul level rest. Not just kick up your feet and stay a while. Soul level rest. For my yoke is easy. The yoke that, the yoke share is the device, the wooden, arch thing that where the oxen, when they were grinding grain with the millstone in the middle. Sorry, all the analogies that are yoke related, millstone related. The yoke, this. I'm sure I don't want to say this. I like to presume not everybody does. So it connects, the load. It connects the oxen. It helps them share the load. I know some of y'all were like, "Go, Chris, get it out. Get it out." I got there eventually. But we're supposed to share burdens. The biggest lie that gets whispered to us, and again, that we hear in our voices is, please hear me on this, you guys. Please hear me on this. The biggest lie is it's just you. It's just you. They're not going to understand. Nobody has gone through that. This is only you. You did this. It was your fault. It's never just you. It is never just you. But if you could be convinced that it is, which is what every abuser does to a victim, this was your fault. The shame. It is never just you. It loses every bit of power over you, whatever it is, when you speak it. When you talk about it, it removes the shame. I drove my car into a house. That's why I got into comedy. I had a breakdown because I was with a narcissistic asshole, and I stayed for financial security. It triggered alcoholism, which introduced me to its friends Xanax and Ambien. And I lost myself. I was gone. Now, if you were in trouble, I would save you. I would rescue you. I would tell you how. I couldn't take care of myself. And so I self-medicated. And he said something shitty, and I knew what I was doing. At the time, it made sense. I was like, I designed that door. It was a big cast iron, innately designed door that I helped design. And I thought, if I'm leaving, no other bitch is going to walk through that door or something. And it wasn't even like raging. It was just kind of like matter of fact. Made sense in the moment. Clearly, I overreacted. And so I got into comedy just to process, and we were known in that town. we didn't do all the high society stuff, but we were youth pastors. We were youth leaders. We had 8 children. We had Think Happy stuff was started there in 2006. Franklin, Tennessee, Williamson County, where Barron and Candace live. Do they? No, wait. One's in Spring Hill. That's a different county.
Barron is in Spring Hill. Candace is in Nashville. And I was not with you at the time that you did this.
This was in our divorced. Doug picked me up off the ground, though. He did. And I'm pretty damn good to him too. So like, don't give Doug this savior kind of. God, there was actually friends of ours in Franklin. We were very connected to the music industry and the Christian music industry, and there were some people in the industry, like whose daughter was going through something with her spouse, and told her parent, like who told me, I just need to do a Doug. Like I need to do a Doug Feckety. And I was like, what? And the perception was, and this is not true. This is not accurate, but the perception was that, which is why I reacted that way about Doug being the savior and like the whatever. Because the perception was enough that people in precarious relationship situations, sometimes like the other person just needs to do their thing and get it out of their system, or whatever. Like, I don't even know what get out of their system was, but the definition was just, that Doug was just cool, calm, relaxed, sit back and be the Doug who's gonna wait for her to come back, essentially, kind of thing.
I have no idea what you're talking about right now.
Really, because it was Nate. Don't say the last name, obviously, but it was Nate's daughter.
Oh.
Yeah. So, and it's like, Doug doesn't like, I did tell him this story before, and he didn't like it because it makes him appear passive and just like whatever Chris wants. And I don't like it because it makes me look like the bad guy. And as a mom who already gets painted as the bad guy. And I'm not saying, I mean, the kids' experience, it's their experience, it's real, it's justifiable. There was trauma. There's just, their mom drove a car into the house. Thankfully not their house. But I remember one time my dad, who passed away in 2018, said that, I remember exactly where I was sitting on the couch, everything, that he said that there were times that he struggled, that he wished he had the courage to like hurt himself. He said that one time. And he's an amazing man and was sober for almost 30 years. But you don't want to see your parents as fallible. You don't want, I mean, not, it's so much more than that. But there are very few people that wake up with the innate drive to just make the world around them, whatever their world is, a really bad place, that are just like innately evil like that. But I'm so sad by those I hurt. Because I just wasn't at I'm just going to say a good place, for lack of better. Have I cried on here yet? Is this the first? I'm sorry. I wanted to do some kind of crying impersonation. And there's nothing dripping. There's nothing dripping. I'm just talking like just a little, it could be argued that the tissue's still dry. Well, could have let it rip though. Okay. Back to this psycho woman. The one that is not the other one. I'm not psycho. Okay. We're not gonna go for much more. We can pick this up whenever. I am not polished, you guys. I am not polished. This is just we're just hanging. This is just I don't know that I'll ever be the snazzy kind of here's what I have to say. I just because I'm learning and growing and have arrived at nothing. Okay.
You pray that prayer, your shoulders will be set back even further and you will have a heavy load, but you will be able to stand and you will be able to walk in ways that people can only describe it as the Holy Spirit. I want you guys.
Utter bullshit. Utter bullshit. Unbiblical, contrary to the word of God, contrary to the Spirit of God, who wants you to have a lighter load, but Erica doesn't want them to have a lighter load. Eric wants them to work themselves into the grave. They are just little beings to manipulate to accomplish the goal. Ultimately, what's the goal, Chris? Well, the country that pours a lot of money into them and into pastors, they brought over 1,000 pastors early this last year. Because if they can propagate this message that it's us and them, us and that country, and that it's God's will, and that it's God's will that you vote Republican. Look into how the whole pro-life shtick, why it was created for political purposes. I love babies and I love seeing them born. Not seeing them born. I really like this outreach that Candace promotes where it gives ultrasounds, like mothers can see the ultrasound. That's a game changer. Remember the movie Juno? I don't think she planned on having the baby, and then somebody said something to her about at this like 8 weeks or something, the baby has fingernails, and she was like, something just like registered with her. But I don't want to hear people screaming pro-life if they're not up for free health care and education and housing assistance and food assistance. We give it to Israel. We pay for that for Israel. We pay for their children to have a monthly stipend into their account. We pay for their education, for their health care, for everything. It's the operation is so strategic that the same people, even the pastors, Charlie Kirk, was you should feel ashamed if you need those things. But we pay for Israel to just have them because it's a human right, a human. So the ministry. So Turning Point gets funded because it propagates, it keeps their candidates in office. The one thing that gives me hope about our voting system not being completely just controlled is they're working so hard to keep the system going, to push these students to keep spreading the message. It's not very articulate. That could be a whole podcast in and of itself, but the way that our pastors get wooed to the Holy Land, which from what I understand just looks like a dump. I mean, like, it's like not a pretty land. Like, Iran is freaking gorgeous. The mountains and the snow in the mountains and the gardens and the moss. I mean, it's just freaking, it's spectacular. But she's telling these kids things that are so contrary. And it upsets me because, okay, I just saw a comment. Deb, nobody wants open borders. Nobody wants open borders. Nobody, no Democrat has ever said they wanted open borders. Nobody wants open borders. And when you look at the numbers of past administrations, goals, Obama specifically, there's so much I don't agree with of how he handled things and what he did. But his numbers, when it came to removing people, showed it could be done without killing people. There are people getting raped in these ICE camps as we speak. As people are you understand, open borders is one of those phrases that gets repeated and repeated and repeated and repeated. So it's like you accept these things that are happening to these people. This dad getting shot to death in front of his 3-year-old. People who were working, who are now in the most notorious prison in the world, where it's the logo, the motto, logo, slogan, whatever, is about that you leave in a casket if you go there. The one that Kristi Noem was standing in front of getting her little selfie shot. What people don't understand is that those issues are civil offenses. Civil offenses. I'm not going to go into all that right now. There is nothing that justifies what is happening. This brown shirt force of his. It's demonic. It is not of God, and there is no justification for it. And I'm not going to say one can't be a Christian and support that, because there are people who profess faith, who for some reason there are anti-biblical belief systems in there. There was a point where it was really easy for me to say that. There is no scripture. There is not one thing that Jesus said, not one, that justifies what's being done. There's no biblical ground for it. So then what's the issue? And what has, to the people that think that way, that it's this all or nothing, like kind of like, yeah, what's going on now is right because they didn't do something right. The look up how many did do it right. Look up how many were in court. Look how many were getting like at their sworn in ceremony. They thought they were showing up to be sworn in. They did everything right. Break outside the news cycle of where information is being gathered. Look into those numbers and then go a step further and look into a few of those people's stories. Where were they working? How many children did they have? These are people. These are souls. There are newborns in these facilities. They aren't getting food. There are toddlers that aren't getting medical care. Look up the death rate in these places. It's record setting. Look at new facilities, new wings in prison set up for the pregnant women who are pregnant because they're getting raped. Nobody wants open borders. No politician other than Jesus, clearly not a politician, wants open borders. No one said that. But the demon in chief kept saying it. And the party kept saying it and saying it. They want open borders. They want open borders. They want open borders. Who? And when did they say it? And when did they say open borders? Jesus 2028. Deb, I'm not sure. It says no one ever questioned what Obama did or how he did it. I don't know if that's a statement or a question. Just a statement. Well, I hope he was questioned. He built cages. They were used differently. So when people say Obama built the cages, yeah, but he kept families together. He kept families together. And then like removed them together. Trump is on camera calling them animals. He says they're animals, and he said that Nancy Pelosi asked him to not call them animals because they're humans, and he said no, they're animal. I can call them animals. They're animals. Who else did that? That led to a lot of death and destruction and damage that's being circled again. It's just crazy. No open borders. We need open hearts. Yeah. We need to not freaking act like we have the answers to everything. If this Tyler Robinson case, I was trying to think today of an example, Doug, of like if it were somebody, like what enemy would unite both sides? Like would be like where Democrats and Republicans would be like, this crime was committed and we all want this person taken out, like to face justice. It's hard to even think of one, isn't it? That's funny.
Well, I mean, not in the context you're talking about, but what came to mind is like Russia and the US against Hitler. Russia and the US didn't like each other, but they had the same enemy. So,
Yeah. Boy. I'm 57. I grew up in a time where, like, I remember watching Russia play US in the hockey, in Olympics. When Russia played the US in hockey, I mean, it was the biggest deal when the US won. The amount of information that we're given to build like this enemy, that they're the enemy. You know what country does the most assassinations around the world, has done the most by far? Guess. You know who it is. I don't have to say it. Yeah, we need to remember these people without letting it consume us. We can organize and speak out. It's overwhelming. I think overwhelming. The other thing that led me deeper to invest more time and energy into this is it felt like something I could do. That the genocide, other than like not voting for anybody of either party that gets money, that gets AIPAC money. That's a no-brainer. I don't care who you are. Like, no AIPAC money, period. I think until we all think that way. Like I saw in some threads where people were saying, just vote blue. Let's all just vote blue. I won't vote for a blue person if they get AIPAC money. I won't do that. Thomas Massey is a freaking rock star. I'd vote for him. God, I hope he runs. Oh my God, he could take Vance. He could take. Did you see Vance on Joe Rogan? Just minimizing the Epstein files as like that the way the administration has messed up the Epstein files. He boiled it down to a comm issue. It's just a communications issue. He kept calling it comm, my comm team, my comm. What a little slimy little you. No AIPAC money. No AIPAC money. Kennedy wanted that gone. Kennedy said, if you give money to AIPAC, we need to know who you are. He was getting rid of that. Plus, he didn't want them to have nuclear weapons. Gosh, wonder who took him out. God. All right.
To take the time as you go into this fall semester and be creative. All of you are brilliant in your own way, and all of you bring a different piece to the puzzle of Turning Point USA. And I want you to think outside of the four walls of your school and outside of the four walls of your chapter member group and outside of the meeting that you have. So when you guys go out and talk to people and you have chapter meetings and you're saying, hey, it's spring, summertime, people are checking out. People will always check out. Control what you can control, and that is yourself. And that is also being able to control and make environments for people that create memories, that have.
The only thing that you can control is yourself, period. period. And even then, there could be some chemical issues that, where it makes it physically impossible to do so. Psychopaths aren't created. There are chemical issues there. The guy that got up in the tower at West Virginia University left a note that said, "Dissect my brain. There's something wrong with my brain." And they did, and there was. But for her to say, I don't even know what she said. As somebody who spent years teaching to see what she's doing is just repulsive to me. I'm in mellow place right now. So what, babe? You can say that to the people. You could say it. Doug, he's saying we need to wrap it up. I don't want to. I'll do one more section.
Have that grassroots impact. Go do something in the community.
I'm sorry. So what she was saying is you control yourself, but you can control the environment, like the literal opposite of what you can control. It's just repulsive to see children, like young people with souls, being manipulated. She does a whole spiel that I think I already broke down in a video that says if you are having, if you have a good marriage, you are lock in step with your partner. Like that, basically you don't fight. There's no problems. There's no nothing. It's obscene. It's insane. And she's teaching them she's basically laying the foundation for marriages to fail. Billy Graham's daughter, I don't remember her first name, said that when she got married and would have arguments with her husband, she was devastated. She thought it meant they were going to divorce because she never saw her parents argue. Just this mindset, it's just a horrible, it's just horrible.
Go make a difference. There are so many other organizations out there, whether that's soup kitchens or you know them better than I do in your community, and you know the need. Go fulfill it. Find something or someone that you can help serve.
Go do it.
I know that some of you do know this, but some of you do not, because some of you might be new and post 9/10. This organization is not a flash in the pan. We are not 2 years old. We are 14 years old. My husband had a vision for this.
Not a toddler, a bratty teenager. That's fitting. It's just so fitting. I don't want to see her face anymore. I don't want to see her face anymore. So Doug, take her away. Make her go away. Make her go away. I learned, because I had to look into it, I was exasperated with this. I want you to. I want you. She doesn't say, it's not the love of Christ compels us situation. As an organization that, claims to be that only for manipulation purposes. That's it. And it's sad because they'll get sincere people in there, young people who are in it for the right reasons. And it just turns them bitter and cold and dark. A lot of anger gets suppressed. It affects their marriages, future marriages, children. It affects everything. I would hear people say, you get back what you put out, and that people are responding to that kind of energy, that kind of, that's a tribe. That is hurting so many people. So I looked up, what's a personality, what's the character defect of somebody just demanding, I want you to do this, like somebody who's in authority that is just says, I want you to, instead of, it's reflecting the love of Christ or whatever, which she never does. It's what Charlie wants. It's what Charlie wants. And Charlie loved God. So since she doesn't know the scriptures to share or whatever, it's just BS, and she twists it. I watched an interview today where she talks about being raised Catholic and therefore not really in the Word of God, and that she didn't read through the Bible till 2016. I've never read through it. Never. Because it's not, doesn't, whatever. Doesn't matter. It doesn't mean anything if you do or not. And that was one of the things Barron pointed out. I started down this line when I mentioned Barron's podcast, and we realizing she was a pathological liar, because he had mentioned that she had said, I don't know what year it was, but it wasn't 2016 or 19, that it's on record, on camera, of her saying that she read through the Bible several times by a certain year, which was not the year she just gave. She has no business talking about such things. And I had this thought earlier of just, isn't it crazy? Like, there are certain dynamics, like even in a family or in a marriage, and it might work like in the four walls of their home. It's just a dynamic that they've gotten used to, but then they're out with friends and continue their normal dynamic. And the friends are like, holy hell, like, what is going on with you two? Like, this isn't healthy. And they're like, what? That's what I think is happening with Turning Point USA. There was just this stuff, this bubble that they were in. And Erica didn't need to know anything, because she didn't do anything. She didn't. Her purpose was to breed and be the guardian of the home. Just, that's it. And so she's not qualified. She wasn't involved in any of the fundraising efforts, and like nothing. The donors I know said they never met her. They never saw her at stuff. The 4 agreements. Do you know what the 4 agreements are? There's a book. I think there's a 2-part series. I never read the book. I got the book. It's a pretty book. But it's called The 4 Agreements. I read the 4 agreements, realized how instrumental they were. I didn't read the rest of the book. There's another book called The 5-Second Rule. And this is so true, that if you have an idea, it's a little outside the box, maybe requires a little bit of courage, and if you don't act on it within 5 seconds, then you won't do it, because you'll start to overthink it and you'll shut it down. So true. I got that off the cover. Why do you have to read a whole book on the 5-second rule? Tells you what it is on the cover. The 4 agreements. I never remember all of them. But the 2 that really stick with me, there's 3. Okay. 1 is always try your best. Always try your best. One of them is don't assume it's about you. Someone's acting mad and acting cranky. The tone is a little, don't assume it's about you. It takes practice. Don't let it stick to you. If they care enough, they'll tell you. If they don't care enough to tell you, then it's not that important. But don't assume it's about you. The other one of them is be impeccable with your word. it's very hard to accept the reality that people so willingly lie. I know how naive that sounds, and I can't communicate the heart of it effectively. I genuinely am someone who strives to be impeccable with their word. I am like I avoid exaggeration. I don't do anything perfectly, please, but like that is one that is so important to me. And it's great. I don't have to keep track of, I don't have to do if you're going to be a liar, you need to have a good memory. I don't have to mess with it. It's just, there's so much freedom in that. But then, of course, I have to remind myself it's a nefarious organization. It was created for destruction, really. And we could talk about that summer. Look into it on your own. The just where founding money came from. He didn't have a chance. Charlie didn't have a chance. He was to serve a purpose, and when he made it clear that he was not going to do that, the first day of the tour, where he was going to speak about things and express opinions they didn't agree with, they took him out with an injury to his throat. I think that was rather intentional, that place. Okay. Doug has left the building, but I need to, first of all, thank you for these super chats. Very much appreciate it. All right, let's see if I can do this. Get my granny glasses on. My daughter officiated when Doug and I got remarried, which was in COVID, during COVID 2020. And we were outside, and our eldest birth daughter was there, and there was an actor friend of mine that was going to officiate. And then he got an audition. And this was like the night before. And so our daughter went online and did something. Like, she's now allowed to do that. So, but when I was reading something off the paper, our vows, and it's so cool the second time around. I'll share this sometime. I took out my glasses to read, and she just laughs. She's like, you look like a grandmother. I could be. All right. Let me click on, I want to make sure I get these. If the Satanists are trying to get us to be afraid of a number or not use it, then we probably should not fear it. And we should definitely use it. Also, 666 freaks me out. When something freaks us out, it's good to understand why. Like when we have a gut instinct, or a guttural reaction to something, sometimes it's just easy to stop at, well, I just knew, like, I shouldn't look into that more or whatever. But I think it's important to know, like, if a commercial makes you cry, or a video makes you cry, or whatever, it's so easy to dismiss as just like, oh, kind of like it's an emotion, it's a sweet moment, it's a tender moment. No, like, what was it? Was it a parent-child relationship dynamic? Was it like we cry to specific things? Everybody, like, a little different, has different things. It's good to know why. My got a little itch. Sorry, making my hat do funny things. I kind of forgot the hat was on. I love these hats. They'll be up tomorrow. Can I take it off now, or my hat head? Whatever. So excited. I didn't know those were arriving today. Okay. So yeah, so if something like a number like that freaks us out, why? Well, people go, well, because that number represents the devil. Why? How do we know that? Well, we've been told that. So let's, we should look into it for ourselves. Generations of people have stayed away from that number because we've been told that it's a devil thing or a bad thing. What? Well, I heard somebody very convincingly say that it was not, and it had more to do with, there's power in numbers. There's power in numbers. They mean things. I'm not going to talk too much more about that. Yeah. And the whole thing came up, Kyrie, because, forgive me if I said your name wrong, because that's the number of my subscribers. I looked earlier and that's what it was. Our time together is just a lot of different tangents. So many tangents. That's why I'm like, you gotta put on there, like, what the title, like, what you have to come up with a title, a subject, a description. The title will be Andrew Colvit's wife has biblical grounds for divorce. That's too many words. How do you, like I said, you can't box me in. Okay. But yeah, I mean, if someone is like, definitely don't do that, why? You should be afraid of this number. Why? Oh my God. When I moved to Evansville, Indiana, and we went to this really small, like, Catholic church and small Catholic high school, like 12 kids in my class. And the girls were like, that's Michelle. We don't like her. And I was like, well, I'll figure that out for myself. I was 11. That was the kiss of death for me. It was, whoa. They did not like that. They did not like me having independent thought. They wanted that group thing going. How dare you go outside the group that I didn't even meet? No, for 5 minutes, that is. Okay. I'm going to try to do these. I'm sorry if I miss you. I've already seen this one once. I think you're awesome, but I'm going to move on. We already looked at that one too. The mic on the Erica is a shapeshifter. She's got puffy fat face, and then you'll see her and her eyes are a little more blue or a little more bright, and her jawline is more whatever. And it's when it's being filmed, like, not, I mean, I'll use a filter, like if I film on TikTok, but it's like when she does an interview and the camera isn't like a cell phone. And I haven't looked, I've meant to look into that, the whole, if they can do a defining lens thing. They do blurry. When she did the in the white suit in Charlie's podcast office. That was blurry. That was really, really blurry. She does a lot of that. So I've somebody else mentioned that, and I'm like, I'm open to it all at this point. The Leah Files is a must follow for her financial breakdowns. I hope Candace is hooked up. Yes, the Leah Files. She's awesome. Women, you guys. We know the things. I love this. This is funny. It took a lot of creative editing for my last super chat to be seeable. And then when I had this great information about Victor Marx's daughter, because she agreed to be on. Is this a podcast? Is this what we're doing here? And then she ghosted me. And so I'm trying to type a message to him, and it like took forever. And somebody suggested like you can go to your notes app or something and have it count I don't know. So you don't mess it up and one click, it goes away. Yes. Well, I'm impressed. You did great. You did very well. What is your faith belief now? We talked about that some. I do not believe in hell. I do not believe, just like C.S. Lewis and many other brilliant people, because Doug stepped out. He can do, that's an area where theologically, again, one word, people say, well, the Bible talks about fire and whatever. There was a specific reference to a place that had a burning garbage dump, a refuse site. And that's all I'm going to say about that, because I don't want to, not that I don't want to talk about it, but I don't have the reference. I can't name the place. I like to be very specific, but I guess I'm breadcrumbing it for you at this point. You can look into that. But so when you say, well, hell is mentioned in the Bible, well, what was the original language? What was the context? There's so much to it. So there are the scriptural issues and how they were manipulated to pump up the fear aspect of things. And then there's the physical nature of it. Why people, particularly evil people, are evil. Well, Donald Trump, he wasn't born that way. But when you read up on his father and the history, and he didn't have a chance in hell. I mean, the two sons, one, God bless him, turned to alcohol and drank himself to death. You have two options when you're faced with oppression and just that kind of hate and evil. You either go with it or you fight it. Think about soldiers in the IDF. Think about the videos that you've seen where they're celebrating it. They love it. They love it. It's awesome. It's great. They're just animals. And then watch interviews. You can find them of soldiers who came back, were forced to do certain things, and it's so easy. It's too easy to say, well, they didn't have to, whatever. Remember all the frog stuff we talked about in the beginning and put that on freaking steroids. But I've seen interviews with people, especially these women, these young women who, I mean, they're insane. Their brain can't accept what they were in and what they were forced to do. And they're just they're out of their minds, they're addicts, they're whatever. So there's the Fred Trump two sons situation. You have one who loses his mind, drinks himself to death to escape. Or you embrace it. Not nobody wants to like initially embrace that stuff as a kid. It feels bad. You recoil. And then you realize the only affirmation you're going to get from the most significant life force is to go with it. And then you become it. So no, I'm not gonna. I can judge people for shitty things I see them doing, but condemn them like to hell. First of all, what a freaking arrogant. They're people are going to be so surprised about who they see on the other side. And I think they're going to run into that person or energy or whatever, that person, soul, and go, oh, yeah, you were, like, it could be the worst thing. It could be the worst thing that happened that person did to them. And they'll go, oh, okay, I can see. In that wild that like we were used in that, like, for this, how one thing affects another, that affects another, affects another. There is so much shit in my life that I never even wanted to live through that got me to this place, and it all is applicable now. The crap that built like a sense of humor, that gave me a sense of humor. When people share with me, way before Erica Kirk, I was on social media. I wasn't monetized. It was my own sanity of dealing with politics, was to find the humor, even if it was dark or whatever. Look at my Instagram. I was doing the short, quirky comment stuff way before Erica Kirk came along. But people would say, you like, you're helping me listen. Like I can get some news that I need to get, but interjecting enough to kind of keep it, to keep it kind of up here instead of like, it's just going to inundate me. To make anybody laugh in this time is everything. This isn't like, we're not funny, but okay. I mean, this wasn't a funny time. I'll go back through and read comments. See, Deb, I see where you said hell is a real place according to the Bible. I commit to you to come back. I'll make a note. I'd love to do it tomorrow. My eyes are still weird. I don't want to like commit to it. There is significant theological debate by brilliant people. The original language is everything. We can look at something that we read in our NIV version, which is a little different from the King James version, which is different from a Scofield. But there are things that get misinterpreted And when it is done at a foundational level, it's what sticks. And you've just help us come full circle. Because the frog in the kettle, not the kettle, the pot, the frog, all we hear about is if you put a frog in a pot of tepid water and slowly turn up the heat, it will stay there until it dies. That Candace gave it. Somebody you respect said it. So why would you question it? Why would you Google and find out the history of it? It's a frog in a kettle. Is it that big a deal? No, but my point is, well, it is, but the point is that everybody, quote unquote, exaggerating, but when they talk about the frog in the pot, they don't talk about the frog in the other pot who had part of its brain removed. And that's why it didn't jump out of the kettle. Or that was the same frog. I said other frog. There were two frogs. They don't know the origin. They don't know that the origin of that frog that stayed in the pot, its mind was messed with. It was a scientific experiment. It's just presented as you heard so-and-so say, it's written, it's in books. The reference is in books that if you keep a frog in a pot, starting tepid, slowly turn it up, it won't leave. It takes away the original context 100%, completely ignores it, and it took on a life of its own. You know that, like, there was a certain period of, after so many years, I hate saying that and being vague, where they would review like the Bible and what needed to be updated and stuff. There's a lot of misconception about what certain things are in the Bible, and there are strong theological arguments regarding hell. Frog in the kettle. We are all frogs. We're all frogs. The question is, are we going to let people mess with our heads? We all need some deprogramming, which is why I love this. I'm left-leaning. My base has become largely conservative. A significant percentage voted for Trump. Look at us. Look what we got going on here. We are frogs in a pot who let it get to the right temperature, and we're just enjoying a bath together. Now that was a little funny, right? That was a little funny. Okay, we are now to the thank you, new members. I don't want to miss. To suffer is to grow. You do not grow without suffering. You don't grow when things are good. So my soul that God knew, according to the Bible and in just what checks with my being, decided it wanted to learn and grow. There's a great near-death experience where the person says they were on the other side, and they just this being, the soul that they encountered was so beautiful, and it was like, I want that. I want what you got going on. And they just kind of like laughed in response, and they were like, why? Like, I'm serious. And he goes, I went through a lot to get to this place. I have a great sense of humor. I love that I can make people laugh in this time. I would never wish anybody go through what I went through to get this sense of humor. But have been prepared for such a time as this, as you have. Ask questions. Saw that coming. Just knew it was coming. All right, guys. Final quick scroll through. I see your super chats. Yes, my friend Sarah, we must do our own fact check and research and look at both sides from YouTube. Oh, are you getting into codes? See, from YouTube, MSM, SM, we have to work so hard just for the truth or the news. Oh, okay. Yes, I get it. We have to. Networks out. Independent thinkers. Look who sponsors people. Look where they're getting the money from. Follow the money. Okay. Adam was right there. Christine watching from Japan. Travel helps us understand humanity. It does. It does. Your vibe attracts your tribe, and you have found your tribe, my friend. Yes, you have. You're based in Tokyo. Doug was going to look up my friend's city. Yep, some people do smoke weed, just not openly. Oh, okay. I'm so interested in all the things. I want to go back. What's this? Have we gotten this? Oh, yeah. We got you. Yes. Okay. Now, if you haven't ordered from us before, now, guys, normally I'm not going to do this. Like, Super Chat isn't like a credit toward the Think Happy Stuff store. But I'm in a mood. But I don't know that we have your address if you have not ordered from us before. So please, I didn't know we could send messages to each other over YouTube. Apparently we can. So please send me a message so we can follow up on that. Okay? My hair. Okay. Yes, we'll take care of you. Cyan, you feel the soul sickness. Yes. I'm so glad I engaged with these. You broke his truck's window. There was a TV show. And I swear, like, for a second, I was like, did they get a hold of my story? That opens with the woman driving into the front door of the house. There are enough dramas on TV. Nothing is new. Whatever you've done, you're not the first. You're not the first. He bought the truck with our mortgage money. Oh, the guy, knowing what he had laid the foundation for. I did not even go into any of the details. He paid for that lawyer. And not because I told him to. I mean, whatever. Coach is a fan of mine. Yes. Yes. When he said my name and put syllables in there that didn't even exist. I love you being you. Nothing more, nothing less. Honesty and transparency. Everything Erica is lacking. You know her. Thank you so much. Her friend Tracy Martin always says, nothing more, nothing less. Erica is just being herself. Nothing more, nothing less. She did this one video and said it 6 times. So when you said that, I can't hear it any other way. Okay. I hope I got everybody. I'm getting, like I said, still learning. But I think that was our biggest super chat engagement. That's so I'm so touched by that, and by those who have stuck with us. If anybody has been here since the beginning, bless you. Like that's amazing. Doug couldn't even write it out the whole way. And he had a microphone. All right, you guys. I'm going to get caught up and distracted in the comments. I love you. I appreciate you. And I'm going to go wash this makeup off my eyes. My body is saying you need to stop now. Oh, little thing popped up. I couldn't click out I couldn't find the thing. You guys are amazing. I appreciate you. I love you and appreciate you very much. Good night. Be safe. Do something randomly nice for somebody tomorrow. I want to hear about it if you do. If so, led.